Thawing the Ice King by Celeste King. Excited for the upcoming episodes to release on YouTube? Eager to maintain the steamy atmosphere without interruptions during the sultry scenes? Visit worldsofprothika.com for an endless array of captivating romances, offering numerous unabridged audiobooks with every tantalizing aspect fully depicted. As a token of appreciation for your YouTube viewership, redeem the code YouTube30 for a 30% discount on all digital purchases. Thanks for listening to Thawing the Ice King.
Chapter 1. Fatima. It is Praj that wakes me up. The wind howls, sharp and shattering, bouncing off the mountains that slice through Praj and divide Camp Hope from the rest of the dry, desolate continent. I wake up immediately and sit up in bed, which is little more than a cot, before I swing my legs over the side. I shudder slightly when my feet touch the cold ground, but I shake it off quickly enough. I am used to the cold now. I have been living in Praj for most of my life, and I am used to her brutal, unforgiving nature. I finish my morning ablutions quickly enough. I do not have a choice. I am likely to freeze if I remain naked, or even in my underwear for too long. You better hope that there are actually things out there to hunt, I mutter to myself as I deal with my hair, long, dark, and thick. I braid it away from my face and tie it into a neat, tight bun at the nape of my neck. It would be simply humiliating if I got killed by a wild warg because a strand of hair got in my face. I already have to deal with the men of Camp Hope treating all the women like fragile little babies, simply because we're women. And you better hope this storm doesn't hit when you're out in the middle of it, I whisper. And the words are like a prayer, even though I do not believe in anything. A pair of comfortable dark trousers, paired with a dark, slightly oversized shirt, and boots made from Torah leather. I am most proud of the boots. I saved for months to buy enough Torah leather to have them made. They also have little buckles on them, made from scraps of hydium that I melted down and shaped myself. Everything else I am wearing, including the old overcoat that I throw on as I walk out of the small shack that I live in, is almost as old as I am. The overcoat belonged to my father, and the trousers and shirt belonged to my mother. It may still be early and the weather may be terrible, but every living being in Camp Hope is awake and preparing for the day. I smile and dodge the toddlers that are running around haphazardly and wave at their mothers, who have started preparing breakfast, large pots of porridge that will be bland until they stir in spoons and spoons of drip-pyre fat that will turn a simple, cheap meal into a gourmet dish. I head for the centre of Camp Hope, where all our meetings are held, and where we meet up several times a week when we go hunting. Okay, Marcus, who has been the hunt leader for a decade, shouts at everyone as the last of the hunting group, including myself, joins the 24 men and women who will be going out into the wilds of Praj today. I'm not going to talk too much because it's early, and the gods know that I don't have the brain power for this yet. But I'll be leading the hunt as usual, with Fatima and Simon joining me. Some of the men shuffle from foot to foot and mutter among themselves when my name is called out. Marcus rolls his eyes and clears his throat obnoxiously to get their attention. And Fatima will also be one of the primary trackers and will lead us safely through the mountains. We all know how treacherous they can be, so I wouldn't recommend pissing her off. Marcus gives me a measured stare, and I nod back coolly. Marcus and I do not have a close relationship, but he trusts and respects me, and that is all I really want from the men in Camp Hope. Okay. He splits us into groups, and we grab our weapons. I slip several knives into my boots and sling my bow and sheath of arrows over my shoulder before I take my group to the east, where the sun is rising. I do not know if Marcus did it purposefully, but the group I am leading is mostly men, with just one other woman in it. Sarah, the only other woman in the group, smiles at me sympathetically as I list out instructions to the group of very reluctant men. We'll take it slow. My voice is cheerful, but firm. It is still early enough, so warm up and get your blood moving. A herd of wild dripir have been moving through that thatch of trees. I point at a particular spot in the mountains. For a couple of days now. Today I want to take as many of them down as possible. I doubt we'll be able to do that, Jason, an older, grizzled man mutters. Those dripir are man-eating, and we'll never catch up to them anyway. Well, I reply archly, not succeeding in hiding my annoyance at him completely. If you're not up for the challenge, you're always welcome to stay and help with breakfast. Jason's shoulders stiffen at the obvious taunt in my voice, but he doesn't respond. He simply clenches his jaw and balls his hands into fists. And with that, I turn and silently move toward the trail that the residents of Camp Hope created. The trail that leads up into the mountains. The trail that could kill us. It could kill us, but I know it won't. Because I am here, leading this group, and I am good at this. I have walked every trail in Praj. I have inspected every bush, and I have eaten every plant, poisonous or not. I know this continent like the back of my hand, and I am no stranger to this mountain, as daunting as it may seem. My knowledge of this place, of my home, allows me to move quickly, although I know I cannot move too fast, especially when I hear the rest of the group struggling to keep up. My movements are soft, and my footsteps are delicate, and after a while, I find that I do not need to breathe that much. We are halfway to the thatch of trees where that particular herd of dripir has settled when I slow down. I heard something, I whisper. Everyone in the group stiffens, and they all stop breathing. The mountain is not the only thing that could kill us. There are plenty of things living on the craggy, ugly rock that could take us out in a second. But then the noise passes, and all I can hear are the trees and the whisperings of the spirits that have taken up residence on the mountain, along with the other wild things that we cannot see. Okay. I raise my hand and gesture for us all to move forward. I think they're further up the mountain, I say as I inspect the tracks when we reach the thatch of trees. Jason snorts loudly, but I do not respond. He's a useless specimen of a man, actually. The thought, uncharitable as it is, comes out of nowhere, and I suppress a smile as I lift some dirt from the ground and smell it. Okay, we're going up this way now. I order the rest of the group, who trudges on after me as we move in a different direction. We aren't on a trail now, and I decide to pull a knife from my boot, just to be safe. I hear the rest of them draw their weapons in preparation as we move deeper and deeper into the forest on the west side of the mountain. The trees and the spirits block out the faint morning sunlight, and I know it will be nighttime by the time we leave the forest. We face our first real challenge when we come across the mauled body of a wild dripir. It has clearly been attacked by a warg, and it looks like it has been ripped apart mercilessly. The attack from the warg comes so quickly that I am surprised I even sense it in time. The creature comes at us, all teeth and claws, followed by the rest of its pack. I whip my blade through the air in an arc that separates its claws from the rest of its body. Run! I yell at the rest of the group, and they obey without a second thought while I handle the wargs. The pack is small. There are only 5 of them, and I take them out in minutes, using all of my knives in the process. At least we'll have enough skin and fur to keep us warm throughout winter, I mutter as I slit the last warg's throat. I am sweating and covered in warg blood when the rest of the group reappears, and I am stunned to see that they have captured 2 medium-sized dripirs. We'll need to take these back with us. I gesture at the 5 wargs. Wargs might not make the tastiest meals, but anything will do in a pinch. I realise then that we're quite high in the mountain and it will be a long trek back, as some of the men help me tie up the wargs. And true enough, the sun is setting when we arrive back at Camp Hope. We go directly to the centre of the camp, where we dump everything that we managed to capture for the day. I'm relieved to see that the other 2 groups came back with good hauls too. It's going to be a good winter, I tell Sarah, whose face is covered in muck. Then I head to Natalia's tent. I always see her after every hunt because she loves listening to my descriptions of the hunt. and today was a particularly good one. I hear the noises, muffled moaning, as I approach her tent. It sounds like someone is getting sick when I push the tent's flap aside. That is when I see them. Natalia on the ground, her legs being forced apart by Arthas, and blood trickling down her inner thigh. I don't know how I move as quickly as I do, knocking into Arthas, and later on I will realise that the screaming I heard came from me as I smash him to the ground.
Chapter 2. Jellara. I do not know what wakes me. Maybe the scent of something, wild and strong, wafted into my cave and pulled me out of my sleep. But it is probably just the wind. Isn't it always the wind? I ask myself as I roll out of the hollowed-out space in the wall of the cave where I have been sleeping. The wind here is deafening, world-shattering, universe-destroying. Only a monster like me can live in it, unharmed. Maybe it is because I am, in a twisted way, made of the wind and ice that it blows about with no care. Ah! I roar as I stand and rise to my full height. I stretch my arms and legs and move from side to side as the wind howls around the cave I am in. You picked a good spot at least, I think sleepily to myself as I stand in silence and consider the fact that, despite the violence of the elements outside, none of it has reached me in this cave I chose for myself years ago. But it wasn't always like this, I remember as I move slowly, still waking up. When I first encountered the cave, years ago, it was much smaller. I fit in it then, but I was still young, and I knew I would grow. I knew that those who came before me, those who took the same form as I do, could rival the heights of the trees. And so, in between long passages of sound sleep, I began to dig. It took me a year of wrenching away blocks of ice and rock, but eventually, it was perfect. And I finally had a place where I could be alone. I walk to the mouth of the cave and stare out at the frozen wilderness beyond, the wilderness that stretches out into forever. A blizzard struck the ground overnight, and shards of ice glitter from treetops and off bushes. It is vivid and blinding, and I am in awe at the beauty of it all. But then I remember that I am made of those same things, ice and wind and cold. Am I beautiful too? The question is fleeting and soft, like the rattling of a thin tree branch against the top of my cave at night. Then the question vanishes quickly, chased away by the gnawing hunger at the pit of my stomach. I do not like leaving my cave. It is safe, perfect, and comfortable. Inside the cave, I answer to no one. Except for hunger, the one deity I am forced to bow to. It will be quick, I mutter to myself as I step outside the cave and into the battering wind. I continue to talk to myself as I make my way down the icy rock that leads up to my cave, which is further up the base of a mountain. I talk to myself all the time. The conversations I have with myself are never that enlightening, and I have usually already said everything I have to say to myself, but I do not have any other options. Besides, I like my own company. If I wanted to, I could become one of those monsters who live in groups, in packs, but I have always been enough by myself. My own company, my own thoughts and opinions are enough. I pick up the pace as the wind rises, howling, whistling, shrieking, like the ghosts of the monsters that lived here before me. I do not know if they are urging me on or hoping that I fall. I stop on a ledge that winds around the mountain and leads to the forest below, and I stick out my tongue. The sky tastes angry and sharp, and I am quite sure that thunder and lightning must have exploded across it just hours earlier. Then, after swallowing the sharp anger of the sky, I break into a running leap and launch myself off the ledge. Going around the mountain would have taken too long, and this way brings me directly into the forest. I land on my hands and knees and get up immediately. I shake my head to loosen the twigs that become stuck to my frozen skin, and then I walk into the darkness of the forest. The forest stills as I enter it. It is always empty here,
aside from the animals that rule this desolate land. They have no predators to contend with, except for themselves and the elements. But I am a monster. So when I enter the forest stills. I am not like any kind of predator these animals have ever come across, and most of them know better than to challenge me. Most of them. I am on the crest of a hill, some miles away from the mountain and my cave, when I see them. A pack of wolf fangs. Ugly, greedy, desperate creatures. Creatures that are always hungry. Creatures that will kill mercilessly. They usually go after the small prey of the forest. They go after the little beasties that not even I would touch. There must be a nest nearby. The snow fluff, snow rabbits. That's the only reason that they would be here. I walk down the other side of the hill slowly and scan for what I am sure is there. And then I smell them. I smell their fear. A colony of the little beasties. A little herd of rabbits. And then, before I know it, I am vaulting myself through the air just as the largest wolf fang of the pack launches at the nest, hidden below the ground. I collide with the wolf fang, who yelps with surprise as I take him by the throat. The struggle is vicious as he snaps and claws at me, his teeth sharp, curved, and long. I tighten my grip around his throat and watch as his eyes bulge from their sockets as we roll around on the ice. I do not really get hurt. The ice that surrounds me, a hardened carapace that stretches over every inch of my body, deflects the wolf fang's teeth and claws. I move suddenly, quickly, and rip the throat out of the creature before I sink my teeth into its jugular. Blood spurts into my mouth, and I swallow, bite down hard, and chew into sinewy flesh. I keep biting, and I keep twisting my hands until I feel the wolf fang's body go limp. The rest of the now-dead wolf fang's pack is howling and pawing at the ground. I know that they want to attack, because I have probably just killed their alpha, but they are also too wary of me to make a move. The colony, I think to myself, as I let the creature's spent body fall to the ground. I still have bits of its flesh and fur in my mouth, and I swallow it as I roll onto my back and then jump to my feet. I know that I need to, I want to, keep the snow rabbits safe, so I turn to the rest of the pack. They haven't left yet. They are, like every other forsaken creature in this place, hungry. They might be sensible enough to be afraid of me, but they still want to get at the little beasties that are shaking so violently with terror that I can feel their tremors rippling beneath my feet. The growl that I let out is dark, rumbling, and vicious, and it is a threat. Wolf fangs haven't become some of the most feared predators in the forest by being stupid, so when they hear the danger in my voice, they do the sensible thing. Run. I am still hungry. As I wait for the snow rabbits to make their escape before I continue to make my way through the forest. But I find my meal quickly enough. The snow creature, a massive, hulking bear, stands on its hind legs with its back to me. It senses me swiftly and turns to me. I do not wait, because I am starving, and I rip into it. It is almost as strong as I am, but only almost. I stagger backward when it swipes at me with its claws. It howls, and I growl right back before I stretch to my height of more than 7 feet. The bear stares up at me, but this animal is not as smart as the wolf fangs, because it lumbers towards me. I look down at myself when I get the scent of cold blood floating in the air. And I realize that somehow, in the scuffle, the bear actually cut me. I cock my head to the side and stare at the creature who is still advancing at me. When I kill it, because I am hungry, it doesn't fight back too much. They all give up in the end, I think, satisfied, as I stand up from where I was crouching down to eat. I am covered in blood, fur, and pieces of fat. There is little remaining of the bear. I stripped it clean, eating muscles and tendons, and sucking on bone marrow and cartilage. I look up when I hear a squeaking sound from a bush nearby. I squint and look more closely to see one of the snow beasties that I liberated from the wolf fangs, staring at me. I do not move until it scurries away.
I know it must be horrified, if it can form thoughts like that, at the sight of me eating the bear. I sigh as I wipe my mouth and stretch into my height again, and then I turn, and I walk back to my cave.
Chapter 3. Fatima. It is like my soul has escaped my body. I feel like my physical self has frozen in time, and my soul is hovering above me, staring down at the scene below. I am not religious. It is difficult to be religious in Prague, because it is clear that the gods have forsaken this continent. Maybe if I was on Perthos, I would believe in something. But here, where the wilderness and the monsters are more dominant than those of us with sentient thought, it is difficult to believe in a supernatural being with the power to take my problems away, if I just kiss their arse hard enough. Still, at this moment, the moment after I have killed Arthas for trying to hurt my best friend, the moment that my soul escapes my body, all I can do is pray. Please forgive me, I murmur. To myself, the gods, or Arthas, I'm not sure. And then my soul snaps back into my body, and I gasp. I am shaking and crying, and Natalia is screaming so loudly, so shrilly, that I am not sure how she isn't coughing up blood right now. Then everything goes quiet as Natalia's screams subside, and all that is left are our shaky gasps. Natalia scrambles to her feet and comes closer to me, slowly, carefully, and takes the knife from my hand. I do not expect her to hug me, but I am grateful for it, and I sag into her arms. The cold, setting sunlight streams into the tent as Natalia cries against my chest, and I realise then that she isn't hugging me to support me. She is holding on to me because she cannot stand up on her own. Who would be able to, after being violated like that? I think numbly to myself as I tighten my arms around Natalia and try to soothe her. Even though I have just become a murderer, even though I cannot breathe, even though I am suddenly religious. Thank you, Natalia whispers as she pulls away from me. The gratitude in her voice is clear and earnest. Thank you. You saved my life. You saved me from something worse than death. I cannot take my eyes off Arthas's body, and just then, the entirety of Camp Hope descends on Natalia's little tent. There is a hush at first as Natalia and I are shoved aside. An older woman, one of Camp Hope's medicine women, takes Natalia out of the tent to inspect her wounds. I see that the person inspecting Arthas's body is Jason, and I exhale shakily. He looks up at me, his face grave, his mouth set in a grim line. You need to come with me, dearie. Another one of Camp's medicine women takes me gently but firmly by the arm and pulls me from the tent. I am led to another, larger tent, which serves as the village's infirmary. Another group of people are there gathered around Natalia, who is on one bed with her legs spread while her privates are examined. She saved my life, Natalia exclaims, and then winces just as I walk in. The woman treating Natalia is named Marina, and she turns her approving eyes on me. I bet he didn't get a scratch on you, did he? Jason's hard voice comes from outside as Marina and some of the other women rush to cover up Natalia, who was having a healing salve applied between her thighs. What is that supposed to mean, Jason? Elaine, the woman who led me out of Natalia's tent, asks Jason. She stares at him with her hands on her ample hips. She is much shorter than I am, and her body is rounded from years of bearing children for her partner, who cannot keep his hands off her. Elaine is beautiful, and I have always looked up to her. She is also efficient at her job, and I know that her position as one of the elders of Camp Hope almost influenced me to become a medicine worker instead of a hunter. Jason snorts angrily, and his eyes are bright and hard as he looks at Elaine. He doesn't dare to disrespect her because her husband Frederick would rip Jason apart before he could get an apology out. Jason proceeds to stomp out of the infirmary tent, and I follow him against Elaine's advice. I'm about to confront Jason when I am met with a crowd of cheers, whooping, and clapping. Half of the village is gathered in a circle outside the infirmary tent, and the minute I step outside, they break into cheers. At least we're free of Arthas now. Sandy, a blonde, blue-eyed wisp of a thing, speaks happily, and everyone cheers at her words. "You did us all a big favour," another man, Matthew, says. I know that Matthew is one of those men who does not prefer women, and this has led to Arthas practically abusing him over the years for this supposed defect that Matthew has. "I just want everyone to be safe," I say in a shaky voice. Matthew smiles at me, his eyes sparkling as he runs a hand through his hair. "We all are now," he assures me. "Bring her to me." A thunderous voice shatters the happiness in the air, and I go still. I know exactly what is about to happen next. The voice belongs to Jules, the village chief. Jason appears at my side and grabs me roughly by my arms before he drags me to the centre of the camp, where Jules is waiting. Jules glares at me, but that doesn't mean anything. Jules always looks unhappy. Anyone responsible for running Camp Hope would be. "Recount what happened," he tells me. My voice is shaky. "I went to see Natalia after the hunt. I heard noises from inside her tent." Jason snorts from beside me. Jules glowers at Jason, who falls silent. It is so hard to tell if Jules is angry at me, or if that is just his face. I think distractedly to myself. Jules looks at me sternly, and I continue. "I opened her tent and saw Arthas attacking her, raping her. She was almost unconscious. I killed him to protect her. I was just trying to protect her." My voice trails away into silence as the reality of what I have done, what I did to Arthas, becomes even clearer to me. I am a murderer. It was for a good cause, but I am still a murderer. The entire village, the whole of Camp Hope has gathered around as I make my confession. And everyone is silent when I reach the end of it. I suppose they expect me to say more, to defend myself. But I don't. I am a murderer. There is no defence against that. Why should I defend myself? I was protecting a friend. "Gallant as you are," Jules says in his rumbling voice, and he lurches towards me. I force myself not to flinch. Jules might just be the one person I am actually afraid of. And I am sure Natalia appreciates your bravery, but you are a murderer. You could have pulled Arthas off her and made him unconscious. Or you could have called for help. You didn't have to kill him. Murderer. Those words are enough to turn the entire village against me in a second. Those words are enough to kill me. Jason is the first to lay his hands on me, and I realise, as they beat me, punch me, kick me, pull my hair, scratch and pinch me, that everyone hurting me are the people who dislike how I have risen through the ranks as a hunter and fighter throughout the years. Their dislike of me is obvious in the way their faces are twisted in disgust, anger, and delight. And I have never felt such pain before. I start praying again when I start bleeding. I know why they're doing it. Because they hate me, though they'll hide the reasons behind wanting to punish me. Eventually, I can no longer stand. Eventually, I have received more blows, have felt more pain than I dealt to Arthas. Eventually, Jason is lifting me over his shoulder like a sack and taking me to the edge of the village. My eyes are swollen and are almost shut, but I can see enough to see that the sky is darkening, and I can feel the wind, brisk and shattering against my cheek. I am placed on a cart, and Jason, along with some of the other men, pulls the cart away from the village. Praj is growing cold. It was never warm to begin with, but today was tolerable up until now. I lay limp, unable to move, as I'm pushed far away from the village into an environment that is nothing more than a frozen tundra. I listen as the men leave. I continue to lay limp. The weak sun sets completely. You have to move. If you want to live, you have to move. The voice that speaks in my head is stubborn, angry, and hurt. And I listen to it. I practically fall off the cart as I turn, trying to see if I can find my way back to Camp Hope. But it is dark, and Praj is a cruel place, and the wind is so cold that my skin burns from it. The only thing to do now is to keep moving. Until you find shelter, you'll find shelter. But you have to keep moving. So that is what I do. I keep moving, unable to see or hear anything except darkness and the wind. But my body warms up, and I keep moving despite the ache and grunt of my muscles and the strain of my flesh. I keep moving until I see, in the distance, a great, hulking darkness. A darkness that has form and substance. And then it howls. A wolf-fang, I realise. It probably is telling the others it has found dinner. I know without even looking that there are others. Somewhere. Is this it? I try to swallow, but the movement hurts too much. I do not feel fear. I think any fear was beaten out of me. But I do want to know if I am about to die.
Chapter 4. Jellara. Another successful hunt. This will satiate me for a couple of days. I look behind me, a satisfied smirk spreading across my face. Not only did I get my fill, but I had some worthy entertainment in this cruel tundra. Most of my prey don't put up such a great fight as the snow bear did. The blood quickly dries and chips off my body. Remnants of the bear are forgotten, as its last remains become nothing more than flecks of dust. It's the rule of the wild out here. Any victim is acceptable to the tundra. But I'm different. I'm a creature molded in its unforgiving nature. The icy wind that'll render other creatures weak and paralyzed is nothing to me. I can maneuver in the thick of the storm, while others won't know where the sky meets the land. I give the white horizon one last glance, making sure that more prey isn't blending with the storm. Nothing has caught my attention so far, and it signifies the end of the day. That's if I don't run into more prey on the way to my cave. My feet trudge through the hardened snow that sometimes covers a rocky surface. The wind howls as it gets stronger like it always does before nighttime. It carries a sense of anticipation, as if something waits for me ahead. And I'm right. There's a foreign presence that's nothing more than a silhouette. Right below on the lower lands, something is walking around. An intruder. In my territory. I growl. However, there's something about the silhouette that's different from the other animals in the frost territory. It's not the size of a snow bear or a wolf-fang, but it's not small enough to be considered prey. At least not yet. I venture closer to the silhouette, wondering what kind of creature wandered into my land. Whether it's stupid, or just as curious as me. But I consider any outsider to be quite foolish by just stepping into here. I get closer and closer, trying to hide my existence so it cannot run away in fear. As my eyes feast upon the new prey, I flinch back in surprise. "A human," I say out loud. "What is it doing here?" They're trying to brave the bitter cold and are so horribly losing against it. However, it doesn't stop them from moving forward. Their determination is evident in each step they take. I've never encountered a human before. I don't know much about them. All I've heard about their kind comes from the tales told by weras I occasionally come in contact with. Those creatures are quite stupid in nature, but also too curious for their own good. They're fascinated by humankind for some reason. Looking at the one in front of me isn't something so special. I thought they'd be equal to a mythical or powerful being who could challenge even me. That's all based on what I heard from the weras. Still, I can't help but to look more at this odd creature. How did it get this far? Where is it headed? Surely it must know that it won't survive even a day out here, much less at night. It looks frail, I notice. Aren't they supposed to be hunters? This human seems too small to be one. It should at least be the size of a wolf-fang. It has a dark head, with long strands of fur there but nowhere else on its body. How is it supposed to keep itself warm? Unless the odd coverings they have are used for this type of weather. The more I look at it, the more and more perplexed I get. I think back to the stories I heard from the weras. Are humans really so fearsome? This one can barely move through the wind. They also never specified how dangerous they can be, if they really are at all. It blows air onto its hands for some reason. Its whole body shakes with each step. As I look closer at its face, I notice certain markings on it. They're not as uniform as the hares or the wolf fangs, but they are as bold. I grunt, not knowing what to do with this. If it's this weak, then it wouldn't be a fair fight for me to kill it. However, there's a chance that its hunting abilities will come into play when it's in danger. To kill or not to kill? The question is answered when their weakened state becomes more apparent. Distracted by its odd features, I failed to notice the wounds on its body. Blood seeps through its steps once they lift a foot, and then the other. A ripple of alarm travels throughout my body. The blood will attract mindless creatures like the aforementioned wolf fangs. Those animals are driven purely by instinct and won't back down until their prey is dominated. Alas, the human is too late to clean up its tracks. The beasts are well on their way at full speed. The human doesn't notice until it hears the growling and howling. It turns around in the direction of the sound. Its eyes widen, and they try to run away to no avail. I'm not sure if it's determined or just foolish like the weras. The wolffangs only become excited at the sight of the human's jerky movements. They start running faster, preparing to lunge at the human. When I think it's done for, I see it pull a weapon from thin air. Where was it hiding that thing? Despite its condition, the human moves quickly. It uses the weapon to block the animal's large and sharp fangs. The human throws the creature to the side, but not long after, another of the beasts lunges at them. The human stabs the animal on the side of its neck, severely weakening it. By sheer luck, the human is able to create space between itself and the beasts. The latter circle around the human, baring their teeth and growling. One of the wolf fangs jumps at it from the side, tackling it to the ground. The beast grabs the human by the hair, most likely mistaking it for a part of the body. It tussles the human around, dragging it into the snow. With their weapon, the human uses it to swat the creature on its head. I can hear the human grunting and bellowing between the attacks. The sounds echo throughout the icy darkness. It's still putting up a fight. The strength of its defense is admirable. Now I can see the adoration by the wearers. The determination of the human is the only thing keeping them alive right now. It backs away from the pack, holding the weapon above its body, aiming at one and then the other. A wolf fang stalks towards the human. Don't move. The human yells for once, but their voice sounds strained. However, it somehow sounds unexplainably pleasant despite their distress. I said, "Don't move or I'll kill you." The breathing turns into panting. At last, desperation is catching up to the human. There is no other outcome for it in this scenario. They put up quite the fight against a pack of violent creatures. Slowly, the human's body starts to rock back and forth, trying to keep its balance. First, it falls on its knees, and fatigue takes over the body as it collapses into the thick snow. The wolf fangs prepare themselves to lunge at the human, ready to feast. Without hesitation, I find myself jumping from the spot I hid in. I land between the animals and the human, my towering form causing the land to rumble. With my massive form, I create a protective shield against the encroaching danger. They growl at me before they attack me. My carapace deflects their attempts, but they still try to reach the human. Now it's their turn to lose a battle they'd never win. With one of my large and powerful arms, I swat at 3 of them, sending them flying. The other pack members don't run up anymore, but cautiously proceed. With a resounding roar that can be heard throughout the frost territory, I drive them away in a whimper. Once I make sure the figures are out of sight, I move my attention towards the weak human. "Those marks don't look like you were born with them," I say to it, knowing it won't hear me. I put a claw close to its face, wanting to know what its skin feels like. The human flinches from my cold grasp, and I reel my hand back in. "Human!" I call to it, nudging its body. "Are you dead already?" It doesn't move anymore, but it is still breathing. If I leave it out here alone, it'll become prey to another animal other than the wolffangs. Despite its fighting spirit, it's as helpless as the snow hares that always need protection. I wonder what made you come all the way here in this state. Don't you know what can happen to you? I look around us, making sure no other danger approaches. Gently, I scoop the human up in my formidable arms. Its fragile form is a stark contrast to my monstrous physique. It only makes sense for me to look after this human, as the strongest being in the land. Their attempts at braving it out here are futile. They need me to ensure their survival and safety. You're not as weak as I thought. Still, you will become nothing out here without me, I say to its unconscious form. I stare down at its features, noticing how different it is from me. The scent coming from the human smells female. I've never seen a female human, but this is different from what I imagined. I thought they'd be like the snow bears, but without the fur. They stand like the bears, but that's the only similarity between those two. Everything else is nothing I've seen before. It draws me, curious about what this human is, or what else it can do. Once you wake, you will tell me all about your kind. With careful strides, I carry her to my hidden cave, a sanctuary in the frozen wilderness. Chapter 5. Jellara. This is my home. It can be yours if you behave properly, I say to the human once entering my cave. The whole walk up here, I was met with complete and utter silence. The only reason why I bother talking to her is because the Weras have mentioned that humans are very social creatures. If I keep speaking to it, perhaps it'll awaken much faster. I've never looked after a creature of this size or any at all. I'm not sure what to do exactly with this human. Carefully, I set her down on the ground. She starts shivering immediately. Well, that won't do, I mutter to myself. After 5 seconds of thought, I head outside and gather up some dry grass that grows outside my cave. I spread it on the ground and move her onto it before covering her with more of the grass. The grass that I gathered up was a few armfuls and weighed nothing. And yet the weight of it stops her from shivering. I look down at her, fascinated. She is so tiny compared to me. I could crush her without so much as a thought. I kneel on the ground and lean on the edge of the makeshift bed, just to watch her. I cannot help but notice every line of her face and body, every small noise she makes, and every subtle movement. Her mouth looks peculiar, different from an animal's. It's thicker, but looks like it won't feel leathery to the touch. That's where the defiant sound she made came from earlier. Who knew such a small creature could make such a loud noise? Even the Wera's shrill sounds aren't as loud. I see humans just have fur on the top of their heads, but I've never seen this color before. It matches the night sky, I say, taking a few strands of her fur. It glides through my fingers, just as grass would. Everything about her is soft, and I can't help but feel the fur again. It's no wonder I noticed her out there in the blaring wind. A color like this in this vast expanse of snow stands out as much as I do. You look much too pristine to be out here. Not even the fur of a snow rabbit is as soft as yours. The more I stare at her, the more I wish she would open her eyes. I wonder what color they could be. The Weras never specified. They said humans come in different colors, shapes, and sizes. They're not as homogeneous as the tundra's fauna, and that's one thing that makes them so interesting. I'm the only one of my kind out here. Consider yourself lucky that I won't eat you, I say, gliding my claw over the lines on her face. She swats me away with her hands, and I'm in awe. She moved in her unconscious form. You'll wake up soon then. You dared to hit me. More silence. I have to suppress a heavy sigh. I never thought myself to be this impatient. But this is something completely new to me. I want to know every last bit of her. I especially want to know why she was where she was when I found her. And how did she sustain so many wounds? I know it's not from this land since she'd be dead already, and any animal that attacked her would have finished the job. All these thoughts ripple through my head, nagging at me, and the thoughts captivate me. She captivates me. I tug at the odd covering she wears. This isn't fur, is it? It's as smooth as your fur, but I can see it's not attached to your skin. Curiosity gets the best of me, and I let my large hands roam all over her body. The feel of it is something I can't explain. I've never touched something so peculiar. Her limbs are stiff but tender at the same time. I lift her arms and legs to see what's underneath. Maybe she has some hidden claws or carapaces like me. When I hold both her arms up, a slight whimper escapes her mouth. Carefully, I set her back down, making sure I don't simply let her flop on the bed. I need to remember that you're as fragile as the snow rabbits, I comment. Again, my hand moves on its own, and I find myself touching her face again. I'm careful not to apply too much pressure, to avoid cutting her. She doesn't swat me this time, so I take the liberty to touch her fur one last time. One more time before... Blood trickles down her neck. Carefully but quickly, I lift her head and realize that's where it's coming from. The fur hides the wound, but it makes me assume there are others hiding. I get up from the bed, looking for a certain herb I found on my journeys. Yarnus leaves are a specimen that has helped me many times. The few times I managed to hurt myself, this herb helped immensely with the pain. The pain is never instantly alleviated, but after a few minutes I always feel brand new. I crush them into a paste before spreading it over each wound I find. She doesn't move or react to the foreign object touching her skin. It makes the whole process easier to do. These Yarnus leaves can be consumed, but I still don't know what kind of teeth she has. With that in mind, I stop crushing the leaves for a second. As softly as I can, I part her mouth with the very tip of my claw. One thing I notice is how moist and hot it is. A tingle runs down my spine for some reason. I shake my head. Your teeth are quite flat. It might make chewing this easier, but we'll see. I lift her fur and spread the concoction where there's a trail of blood. After finishing the herbs, I kneel at the edge of the bed again, waiting for the leaves to take effect. As the moments pass, her features become less strained. My hand reaches for her face, though I swear I am not in control of these actions. Fascinating. The herbs worked quicker than they do on me. The pants and grunts become soft breathing. Her chest rises as she exhales, as if she feels relaxed now. Pride grows inside me. I don't know much about humans, but the herbs helped her, just as I knew they would. The welts she has won't be healed for a while. They are much uglier than any bruises I've had. I'm sure those will still cause her some sort of discomfort. Now I'm stuck again on what else to do to help her. I frown. Perhaps I should go seek out the Weras. See if they know anything about human injuries. I look down at the human and shake my head. No, their nosy nature will have them sniffing around my home. I don't want them to even think about getting a look at her. I pace around my cave, and my steps make the ground vibrate. I have to stop before she wakes up, but then I'm left with a restless energy. There should be another monster that knows as much about humans as the Weras. I'll just leave for a moment to ask around, I start saying before stopping in my tracks. The sound of her breathing drags me back. I shouldn't leave her here unprotected. Then again, no matter how mindless the creatures out here are, they know not to get close to my quarters. But I don't want to leave. I ultimately decide against going. As long as she doesn't display signs of excruciating pain, then I suppose it is safe to wait for now. I return to the same position on the bed, touching her freely. I press on her upper thigh, admiring how it sinks in. I press other parts of her body, such as her arms and hands, The chest area is quite plump. I'm assuming the lumps are used like a shield. I press with 3 claws on them. When I move them away, her chest moves in an odd way. These are far too soft to protect your organs. What are they used for then? I accidentally flick them on the side and they move like ripples. My eyes widen as I flick them again. These lumps have a mind of their own. Surely something like this isn't suitable for hunting. I'd remove the material covering her top half, but the paste hasn't dried yet. Either way, other parts of herself are equally intriguing to investigate. I spread apart her fingers, comparing them to the size of mine. Humans are quite fleshy, aren't they? These kinds of fingers aren't suitable for fighting. Too weak and flat, I say, as I put her hand down. Nightfall arrives quickly. I spent most of the afternoon examining every inch of the human, though I was careful not to hurt her. She remains asleep, despite my examinations, and I am not sure if that is a good sign or not. When should I be concerned about her well-being? A cold wind ripples through the mouth of the cave, and the human shivers slightly. She lets out a soft moan, and her teeth rattle, chattering against one another. You must be cold, human. I do not really experience the cold, but I know that the human must be experiencing the cold badly. The only thing I have to cover her is more grass, but I doubt that'll help. As I look around the cave for something, I realize that my carapace serves as a source of warmth. I lie down next to the human, careful not to hurt her. As soon as her body is close to mine, I relish in the contrast of her soft body against my hardened carapace. She molds quite nicely next to me. I sniff her fur, the smell of blood still lingering. However, there's also a subtle scent from the herbs that's sweet and tart. It mixes well with the blood, and I keep sniffing her. Creatures from the Frostland don't smell like this at all. How intriguing, I say. I hug her gently to feel more of her softness. Soon, sleep overcomes me as I firmly hold her in my arms.
Chapter 6. Fatima. My body feels lighter, is my first thought as I come back to consciousness. The last thing I remember before fainting is a fuzzy memory. The standoff with those beasts feels like a fever dream. My body is sore but no longer carries the throbbing pain of the beating I took. I don't feel the blistering cold cutting my skin either. The gashes made from thrown rocks don't feel like they're being torn open. My body's fine, and I don't know why or how it's possible. In fact, I'm almost comfortable. What the hell happened? Hopefully, it was all a nightmare. What if I'm sleeping in my shack and just got sick from the previous hunt and dreamt it all? I just need anything to believe that I wasn't horrifically rejected by the village. But even I know that's too good to be true. I force my eyes open, prepared to face whatever reality will meet me. That's when it dawns on me that I'm on a bed made of grass. Slowly, I turn my head towards the owner of the bed. I struggle to breathe but not make any sudden noises. My eyes fall on a monstrous beast sleeping soundly next to me. The fact that I didn't notice its humongous paw on my leg is beyond me. What in the abyss is this? My heart drums in my ears. A scream dies down in my throat. Memories of my mother's death flash before my eyes. The screaming, the crying, the damn blood. It was everywhere, and there was nothing I could do about it. I gasp for air as the memories overcome me. My eyes water, and my entire body burns with rage. Could this be the monster that took my mother away from me? I jump out of the bed, repulsed by that thing touching me. The remnants of my warrior instinct kick in as survival mode takes over. I grab the nearest stone I can to protect myself from this monster. I get closer to the bed, looking for where to strike it with the stone. I'll have to move fast if I want to kill it and escape unscathed. Wait. Where am I even? A damn cave. How did I even get here in the first place? And how the hell am I still alive with that brute lying next to me? I glance back at the sleeping monster. It hasn't sensed my movement yet. This should be easier than I thought. I clutch the stone. "You son of a bitch!" I whisper through gritted teeth. "I'll kill you before you have the chance to kill me." I'm determined to fight tooth and nail against this beast. At least I'll avenge my mother in the meantime. I only wish I had my bow and arrow with me. They must have gotten lost when I fought against the wolffangs. "I'm going to kill you. I'm going to kill you," I keep whispering, my eyes never leaving the creature. I hold the stone over my head, preparing to strike its skull if it has one. What makes me hesitate is the carapace surrounding its body. They're the same as armour, and I don't think one strike will be enough. Just do it, Fatima. Do it and run away. My mind races and I prepare myself to try and give it a fatal blow. As my hands come down with the stone, the creature shifts around in the bed. Thinking that it is just getting comfortable, I continue with my initial plan. Then it cracks its eyes wide open. I freeze in place. The beating of my heart fills the room. It stays there, staring at me with fearsome eyes that remind me of a blizzard. "You!" Before I can react, the monster lunges at me. It doesn't even leave me a second to move the stone. In the blink of an eye, I'm pinned to the cold, hard ground. "No, let me go!" I bellow as loud as I can. It towers over me. Its spikes create shadows in this already dark place, overshadowing my death. It seems like it gets bigger the more I stare at it. But I can't tear my eyes away from this monstrosity. I can hear a rumbling coming from its chest. Is it hungry or angry? "I said let me go! You'll regret this, you son of a bitch! I'll make sure you will!" I try to kick at its torso, but the beast does nothing more but stare directly at me. Its eyes float in an endless abyss, but like me, it doesn't avert its piercing gaze. I'm left with no choice but to glare directly at it, trying to show it that I'm not that afraid. I grunt and bellow, fighting. But to my dismay, it's futile, and I'm still stuck underneath the monster. Fire burns through my veins, and my heart's about to burst out of my chest. I won't let it win like this. I have to put up a fight like my mother once did. I twist my entire body to wriggle out of its hold. Somehow, I manage to slip through its right hand. I use the momentum to punch it in the face. It doesn't react, but now I feel like I shattered my knuckles. "Oh my gods, what the hell are you?" I shriek as I hold back tears. It pins me back down, but this time I'm on my belly. Then it puts more of its weight on my body, making it impossible for me to move. It latches its claws over my arms, breaking the ground underneath to complete the restraint. It breathes heavily down my neck, nearly as chilling as the weather outside. My breathing turns irregular, and the sensation of choking comes back. Tears stream from my eyes as I struggle to free myself. "Don't cry. Don't cry. Don't you dare cry. Keep fighting." I grunt as I pull my arms out instead of up. I put weight on my rear to use more strength. I have to rub my ass against this monster, but I don't care. Anything if it lets me live. I slip one hand victoriously. It growls as it reaches down again, but I dodge it. I take a chance with a kick behind me. It feels like shards stab me from the soles of my feet and up my quads. At least with the kick, it made him reel his head back by a bit. With the space I have, I try to roll to the arm that's still pinned down. The monster notices my intention and buries his claws deeper into the ground. By doing that, I know this time he's about to break my wrist. "Wait! Stop! Stop it!" I shriek so loud that it echoes in the cave. To my surprise, it does stop crushing my wrist. With the last bit of strength I have in that arm, I pull it out. But my skin is nearly rubbed raw from the friction of the small space between its hand and the ground. I roll as fast as I can to the other side. I quickly crawl towards the stone I was going to use on it earlier. Before my hand can touch it, the monster pulls my legs back towards it. I pant heavily underneath it as it stares at me without any sort of hostile reaction. "What in the abyss do you want? Why don't you just kill me already? Are you just having fun playing with your damn food?" I scream at it. Then I pause, the truth of my words sinking in. Why does the creature not just kill me and get it over with? It's clearly bigger and more powerful, and I am no match for it. Not even if I could manage to strike it with the stone. I quit fighting, realising that if it wanted me dead, I would be by now. Instead, even after I tried to attack it, it let me go the moment I complained I was in pain. Lifting my head to meet its gaze as my breathing slows, I look deep into the creature's eyes. There's something there, perhaps not exactly kindness. At the very least, it doesn't look at me with violence. It has no intention of killing me right now, even if I don't fully understand why. I don't know that I'm safe here, but I'm not in immediate peril anyway. I glance at the cave entrance directly behind it. So close, yet so far, is the taste of my freedom. I just have to find a way to maybe even jump out of here without alerting the creature of my intentions. Not once has it taken its eyes off me. I don't think it even blinks. It makes it harder to know what its true intentions are. What his plans are for me. Are there even eyeballs in there? If I could just blind him for a second? It's risky, but I'm left without other ideas. I bite the inside of my cheek, trying to think of a plan. The creature stopped pinning me down once I stopped fighting. It must think I won't run away. How wrong it'll be. But I don't want to rush my escape and anger the beast. If I provoke him too much, he might end up just killing me in frustration. I have to bide my time and get away safely. While I wait for the perfect time for that, I just hope I don't find out what this monster's intentions for me really are. Am I here as his dinner? Chapter 7. Fatima. Please, just tell me what you want. If you want to eat me, kill me first. Just do it already, I beg the monster. Jules and the rest of the villagers did the cruelest thing they could by abandoning me outside the village. They must have known that I would encounter monsters like him out here. The rumble deepens from the monster's chest. It tilts its head while staring at me up and down. I frown, hating the way it looks at me. It has to look over its dinner, doesn't it? Maybe my wounds and bruises will put off its appetite. Maybe that's why it's waiting to eat me. Then it lets go of one of my arms but quickly grips them with one of its hands. It holds my arms above my head, and I can hear the steady thrum of my heart. Cold sweat develops all over my body as more fear blooms across my body. Then, to my horror, the monster begins to tear off what is left of my clothing. Wait, what are you doing? Stop it! By the deceiver! The monster doesn't let me squirm away from it. Its grip on my arm is strong. It rips my shirt in two, leaving my torso completely exposed. No! My cheeks flare up, and I try to bring my knees up to hide my chest. I cannot suppress my tears. I want to hide myself in the darkest part of the cave. Monster or not, I don't want it to look at me. I squeeze my legs together and turn my head away. At this point, I wish the wolf fangs made me their food instead of this monstrosity. At least my last bit of dignity would still be intact. The chilly wind sneaks into the cave. It sends goosebumps rushing over my skin and my nipples tighten. I whimper at the realization and try to push the monster away from me. I feel its claw touch the side of my face. I flinch at its touch and look directly into its eyes, its cold and empty eyes. The monster locks eyes with me, a different kind of intensity emanating from its gaze. My chest tightens with anxiety, uncertain of what this creature's intentions truly are. What do you plan to do with me? You keep staring at me, and I don't like it. I snap at it. Its eyes narrow as its head tilts. It raises its hand, and I gasp, thinking that this is it. I'm taken by surprise when I feel its hand on my stomach. It doesn't rip out my organs or puncture me with his claws. Rather, it gently grazes a single claw over my belly button. A soft growl erupts from its chest. My heart skips a beat when its hand travels up my torso. It looks like he's tracing lines over my body. Its head tilts from left to right as if it's curious to know about whatever he touches. It traces my skin, sending shivers down my spine. It jerks its head back, surprised by my body's reaction. It does it again, faster, and with more pressure. The top of his claw grazes my chest, and I accidentally let out a shameful sound. Ah! Instead of just one claw, it uses its entire hand. It caresses my stomach. Despite the knot in my throat, a strange sensation of warmth and pleasure courses through me. The little voice in my head whispers, "What will his claw feel on my—" I have to bite down on my tongue to get rid of those ridiculous thoughts. But I can't deny that it does feel good, which makes me hate myself more than anything. Why is my body reacting like this? After flinching from the claw touching me, it stops touching me. But only for a second when he stares at me. It's almost like it's deciding where to touch next. Is it just me, or is it hot in here? A little too hot for YouTube, I'd say. Or, actually, way, way too hot. Just not so hot that we're going to let you miss out on it. To get the fully uncensored scene, go to worldsofprotheka.com and grab the unabridged Thawing the Ice King audiobook. This way we don't get in trouble, and you still get to listen to the naughty bits of this story and countless others. Plus, you get 30% off of all digital products at checkout with the discount code YouTube30. Sounds great, right?
Chapter 8. Jellara. What's wrong? I repeat. My only answer is the metallic smell of the human's blood, and I lean back slightly to take her in. Between the gaps of her tattered coverings, her cuts again leak bright red, staining the fabric and the grass bed beneath her. With a muttered curse, I reach over to the pile of herbs I keep. I pick out the yarnus leaves, the bright blue color making it easy to spot between the others. Stuffing a few in my mouth, I quickly chew while I watch her. Her black hair is spread out around her head, with bits of grass and ice stuck to it. Her face looks paler than it did when she first woke. I suppose the activity of the last few minutes was more than she was prepared for, and I chastise myself silently for getting carried away. I spit the herbs into my hand and start applying it to the worst of the cuts. I slowly lift myself off her, watching her face for the slightest hint that would give away her intentions if she plans to run again. Her features slowly transform from pain and fear into relief, and then what I can only guess is curiosity. I let her sit up, and she leans against the wall tiredly. While I tend to her injuries, she looks around the cave. She rubs her wrists absent-mindedly, making me worry that I've worsened her injuries. I turn her face slightly to tend to the gash under her head fur. Her breath catches as she looks out the mouth of the cave to the frozen tundra. My eyes flit between where I'm working and her face, every micro-expression fascinating me. The warmth inside the cave seems to confuse her, a stark contrast to the blustering wind and violent snowstorm raging outside. The dark slashes of fur above her eyebrows, I think, are furrowed, and I yearn to smooth the crease that has formed between them. The urge to know what's happening inside her head overcomes me, and I clear my throat, concentrating to speak clearly. I'm still not sure she understood me when I asked her what was wrong. "I am Jellara," I say slowly, pointing to myself. Her left eyebrow raises slightly, as if to mock me. She understands me then. "What is your name?" She contemplates for a second, then looks back out at the frozen landscape. "Fatima," she concedes. "Why have you brought me here?" "You were being attacked by a pack of ice wolfangs. I scared them away, but you were freezing and injured, so I brought you here to heal you." My voice is rough from disuse, and I have to clear my throat after saying so many words. "Where are you from? Why were you in the frozen territory with no protection?" It comes out harsher than I intended, and I wince as she flinches back. "I'm not going to hurt you, Fatima." I try to speak gently to alleviate the beginnings of fear that has returned to her gaze. She sighs and looks outside again, spellbound by the flurries of white that are violently flying around. I'm from a human settlement near the border. It's cold there, sure, but I had no idea. I hum in acknowledgement and keep watching her, my gaze tracing her strong features. Even though she thinks she's been captured by a monster, well, technically, she has. She still has a confident tilt to her chin, her jaw clenching as she thinks of something. She shakes that thought off and turns to focus on my face. My mandibles click slightly in irritation at the clear distrust in her deep brown eyes. "Did you have a warm cave to shelter in?" I ask. I'm strangely worried about her quality of life before she came here, even though it doesn't matter anymore. She's mine now? She huffs softly and tilts her head to the side. Not caves, no. We have houses, shelters made of wood, or stone if you're lucky. We build fires to keep us warm. I nod, and she twirls a part of her long black fur around her finger. I'm flummoxed by the contrast of her skin to the stark blackness of the silky strands slipping between her fingers. Sometimes there isn't enough wood to go around, and we just have to keep everything closed up and stay under our blankets, or stay active. Training always helps me. Blankets? I ask, but my mind is dwelling on the way she fought against the ice wolf fangs. It explains why she was able to hold them off for so long, even though she was out of her element. It's, well, wool or furs that we put over ourselves when we sleep, she clarifies. I resolve to find one for her when I visit the Werris. You train? I ask tentatively, just to keep her talking. Her voice is so different from anything I've heard before. It's slightly melodic, with a husky undertone that sends a thrill down my spine. I also want to know everything about her. I have since I can remember. My parents were warriors. The corners of her mouth turn down. They both died fighting to protect others. One must protect the weak, I agree, thinking of the little snow hares I work hard to protect. I may be the most fearsome creature in these lands, but I like to think I use my strength for good. Fatima's eyes meet mine. It seems like she's looking for something, and I don't know if she's found it when she looks away. The intensity of her gaze sends an almost tangible heat through me. I want those eyes on me all the time. My mother was fierce as hell, Fatima eventually says. When the beasts came to our village, everyone panicked. My mother, she just grabbed her weapons and ran out there with the loudest battle cry you'll ever hear. She laughs. She may have died in that fight, but she took every single one of those beasts with her. I can hear the pride in her voice, even though she seems saddened by the memory. When she laughs again, I decide I've found my favorite sound in the world. When my father died, she sat me down and made me promise not to be sad. She shakes her head. She told me he died doing what he loved, and she will too. And she did, I muse. Fatima purses her lips and nods sharply. As will I. They trained me to be a warrior, to protect others. I will do that until my dying breath, she declares. This time it's me that's filled with pride. Even if most of her vitriol has been aimed at me, I'm impressed by her spirit. I feel a kinship, a connection to her that I've not experienced before. What about the others? Do all humans train like you? I prod when she falls silent for too long. She huffs and wraps her arms around her bent legs. Not even close, she says, rolling her eyes. Most of the others in my village just go about their lives in blissful, self-imposed ignorance. I frown, motioning for her to elaborate. They know there are beasts and monsters out there, but they choose to believe they'll never come across one. That is, until they're right on their doorstep. She shakes her head again in exasperation. Then it's all panic and screaming for someone to save them. They choose to be weak, I ask in disbelief. Fatima shrugs. It's easier for some, I guess. Living in fear all the time takes a certain level of mental strength. It amazes me that there are humans out there who prefer to pretend predators don't exist. Do they have no self-preservation? Fatima stares at the floor, deep in thought. Her eyebrows are furrowed again. I imagine she's thinking of the weaklings that she no longer protects, so I try to distract her again. What else? What do you eat? I implore. I want to know everything about this strange creature that wandered into my territory. Well, it depends on the time of the day, she begins. She must sense my confusion because she quickly expands. When it's morning, we eat grains and drink kaffa. It gives us energy for the day. Another thing for the list I'll need to get for my new charge then. I'll need to take a big pack with me to carry things back for her. When the sun is high, it's usually bread, which we bake in our ovens, and some kind of meat. If I was mildly confused before, it's now a landslide. I don't understand a word she's saying, but I nod for her to continue. Meat, at least, is something I can relate to. At night, we cook some sort of stew with meat and vegetables, she finishes. 3 times a day? They eat that often? Worry gnaws at me as I think of taking care of this human and how much work it will be. How do they keep themselves alive? That's only if we have a good hunt, though. Sometimes it's just grains and vegetables, and in the winter things get tougher, she says. But we survive. All this talk about food clearly affects her, because her stomach makes a loud rumbling sound. She presses a hand to it and sighs, looking out of the cave to where the storm has started calming. A rush of protectiveness runs over me, and I jump up, making her startle. I will go hunt and find you some meat to eat, I declare. Stay here. It's the safest place for you to be. She looks at me for a few moments before nodding hesitantly. She seems smart and savvy, so I don't believe she'll go wandering out to certain death. I gather up my things, grabbing a large empty bag, and cast a last lingering look at her. She seems tense and still looks a bit pale, and the bruises and welts on her skin stand out. I nod at her, then get down on all fours and lope out into the snowy expanse, hoping she can last on her own until I get back.
Chapter 9. Fatima. I watch the strange creature leave his cave. He seems weirdly nice, but I still don't completely believe I'm safe here. Once his clear fascination with me wears off, he will certainly eat me. Okay, Fatima, here's your chance, I mutter to myself. You haven't trained all your life to be put off by a little snow. I wait another few minutes to be sure the monster is far gone before I try to make my escape. Looking around the cave, I note that there isn't much I can take that would be of use. The only piece of furniture is the grass mattress I'm sitting on. There is a tunnel at the back of the cave, the light from outside not quite reaching into it. I repress a shudder at the blackness staring out at me. It's just another reminder that I can't stay here. I don't know what the creature's intentions are, and I'm not sticking around to find out. Right, here we go. My injuries pulse as I stand up, and I curse. The cuts are mostly healed, thanks to the odd leafy gunk the monster applied to it. My bruises still send waves of pain through me, though, and my feet ache from walking and running in the cold. Pulling my tattered clothes around me, I brace myself as I walk out into the cold. The iciness instantly stings my exposed skin. I can see my breath in a dense white cloud from my mouth. Already shivering, I look up to the sky to find the sun. Luckily, the crazy storm from earlier has abated, so I can clearly see it. I can tell this is a rare occurrence in this cursed land, so I thank the gods for this small bit of good fortune. With the sunlight on my skin, I set off towards the west. I've only ever seen vague maps, but I know that the frozen tundra runs along the east of the land. I have no way of knowing how far or in which direction the monster took me while I was passed out, but I figure if I go west, I should eventually reach the end of the frost territory. From there, I can easily find my way back to the village. Memories of being banished suddenly overwhelm me, and I pause to take a few stinging breaths. I can't afford to be distracted right now. Through force of will, luckily I've had lots of practice in that, I manage to calm myself and look around. There is a small path to my right, leading down the mountain. I can see where it turns west, so I start following it. The mix of rocks and snow on the ground is perilous at best, making me slip and slide as I try to maintain my balance. One step at a time, Fatima, I tell myself. Even though I can feel the sunshine on my skin, it has no warmth to it. I try to walk a bit faster so that I can warm up and instantly regret it when my foot slips from under me. I go down hard on my ass, my body feeling out of control as I slide down the mountain. Panic engulfs me, as it's still a long way to the bottom. With my already bruised and battered body, I'm not sure I can survive a fall like that. Pure determination fuels me, and I find a handhold, my nails ripping as I cling to it. My body comes to a sudden stop, exacerbating my injuries. With a low groan, I roll over to stabilise myself and slowly come to my feet. My body feels flushed from the adrenaline, and I laugh softly. Well, at least I'm a bit warmer now, I say. I feel almost delirious as I stand there, catching my breath and laughing at myself. I quickly realise I'll have to keep moving or I'll freeze, adrenaline rush or not. I'm more careful this time, and I'm soon heaving a sigh of relief as the path flattens out. My head pounds from concentrating so hard on not falling. I decide to take a short break, finding a rock nearby. I sit down and drop my head into my hands. Exhaustion and hopelessness threaten to overcome me. Focus. There's no time for that now, I tell myself. I straighten my back and lift my chin, trying to imbue myself with confidence. You're a goddamn warrior, now act like it. My little pep talk seems to do the trick. I stand and brush myself off. Squinting up at the ball of fire in the sky, I orient myself and start walking towards my redemption. Though the path is flat, it's still treacherous. My shoes do nothing to protect my feet from the cold. I try to ignore the numbness spreading through my extremities, breathing hot air into my hands and rubbing them together. As I walk, I start to realise that my relief at the flat path was foolish. The snow becomes thicker the further I go. It feels like it's fighting me, holding onto my legs so I have to practically yank them out with every step. I lose myself in the burn of my muscles, pretending it's just another day of training back home. I convince myself at the end of this there will be a hot meal and a soft bed to fall into. I just need to keep going. I have no idea how much time has passed when the snow starts feeling harder under my feet. Looking around, I note that there are large areas that have been flattened. My brain is too tired to figure out the reason. Instead, I try to stick to the flattened areas as they're easier to walk in. My ignorance turns out to be my downfall. It's only thanks to my finely honed instincts that I realise something is out there. I manage to drop myself to the ground and roll behind a rock before whatever it is sees me. Breathing hard, I peek around the side of the rock. My jaw drops, and my mind struggles to make sense of what I'm seeing. Massive shapes lie haphazardly around a frozen clearing. I stare at the closest lump, trying to make out what it is. Shock runs through me when I make out the shape of an enormous head. The ears alone are about the size of both my hands put together. "Giants? How?" I whisper under my breath. The sound that originally triggered my instincts repeats, and I jump. It sounds like 50 large animals are growling at the same time. Muffled grumbling follows. I watch in awe as one of the giants sits up and knocks another across the head. "You're snoring, Argan Loklan. Turn over, you big lout." I clamp my hand across my mouth to stop myself from laughing out loud. It's just so domestic. These fearsome-looking creatures doing something as normal as moaning about someone snoring. A snort escapes me despite my best efforts. My mistake is quickly evident in the way the complaining giant's head snaps in my direction, and I duck back behind the rock, breathing hard. The ensuing silence is deafening. I feel my heart pounding and hope they can't hear it. A crack resounds through the clearing. My curiosity takes over, and I peek past the rock again. The giant has stood up and is clapping its humongous hands together. I watch with my heart in my throat as the lumps start rousing. I am so screwed. "Intruder, catch it!" the first giant yells, the noise sounding like an avalanche running down a mountain. So screwed. I watch from my hiding spot as the giants angrily jump up. They start stamping their feet on the ground, making my bones rattle. The urge to scream at the pain it ignites from my injuries almost kills me. I'm clenching my jaw so hard I'm sure I'll crack a tooth. Okay, I think silently. We can do this. Warrior, remember? I take a deep breath to calm myself, blowing it out slowly to avoid making a sound. I have no way of knowing how good their hearing is, just that my snort of laughter was apparently too loud. Looking around, I weigh my options. Going back the way I came from is a solid option. Not a good one, but I can make it work. The deep snow will slow me down, but, hell, with their height and huge legs, they'll probably catch up to me in seconds. Hiding, then. I'm too exposed where I am now. The giants will just have to stand a bit closer, and they'll be able to see over the rock to their new tasty little treat. Me. To my relief, I spot a small cavern to my left. The only problem is that there is nothing to shield me between here and there. Biting my lip, I try to calculate my odds. Maybe if I had a distraction. The sound of colossal footsteps ring in my ears, and my eyes widen. By the gods, my time is up. If I don't move now, I'm done. I frantically search the ground for a rock and find one. Thank the gods. That fits in the palm of my hand. Not too heavy, but enough to make some noise. I peek past the rock I'm hiding behind and spot a pile of stones off to my right. Hopefully, the sound of them scattering will give me enough cover to run to the cavern. Then I just have to hope they don't find me. And if they do, hope that they won't be able to reach in to grab me. With another deep breath, I pitch my arm back and concentrate. I release the rock with expert aim. As expected, the stones make a racket. I watch as the giants roar and run in that direction. There's no time to be relieved, though. I'm not in the clear yet. I lift myself to my haunches, leaning forward. After a last check that none of the giants are looking this way, I launch myself forward and run for the cavern.
Chapter 10. Jellara. I speed across the frozen landscape on all fours. My hands and feet claw through the thick snow. I know that if I look behind me, I'll see a spray of white tracing my path. As I run, I think about the human. Now that I know a bit more about her and her needs, I feel an unshakable desire to know everything there is to know. I slow as I near the edge of the tundra. Looking around, I double-check I'm in the right place. Tall trees break the horizon ahead of me. The leaves are thick and green despite the cold. As I move between them, I tilt my head to listen for any threats. I don't often leave my territory, but I have in the past come across some other creatures. There is one that lives here in these trees, a tradesman of sorts. In our previous encounters, he has always been interested in humans, gathering a treasure trove of strange trinkets and tools that they use. I imagine he'll have something of use to Fatima. It will take much negotiation, but I'm willing to give up almost anything for my new fascination. "Halt!" a loud voice cries nearby. "State your business." My mandibles click slightly in irritation, so unnecessarily dramatic. "I am here to make a trade. Knowledge and tools for whatever you desire, old friend." A huff sounds from behind me, and I spin around to see the dark creature leaning against a tree casually. "Old friend? That's a bit of a stretch," he says with a smirk. I frown at him. "Fine then, come along." He inclines his head to the right. I follow him to a clearing, rolling my eyes at his confident swagger. He sits down on a log and mentions for me to do the same. "What do you want, Jellara?" he asks. "I have come across a situation," I begin, not knowing quite where to start. I also don't want to divulge too much. I'm not sure exactly how far this interest in humans goes, and I don't want him sniffing around my human. He folds his arms. And, well, the details aren't important, I say, hoping he won't push too much. I need to know about humans, and I need some things. Humans, huh? Why the sudden interest? He asks, a calculating gleam in his eyes. Not important, I growl back at him. He hums, watching me for a few tense seconds. Well, what are you willing to offer in return? I deliberate. I've traded with him before, so I know his methods. He's bound to bargain for more, regardless of what I offer, so I start low. Food. I'll hunt for you for a week, I state. He scoffs. Hunt for me? What am I, a weak little day? I stare at him in response, cocking my head to the side. I can hunt for myself, thank you very much, he declares, offended. However, pickings are slim in this area lately. How about access to your territory to hunt? My immediate instinct is to refuse. I don't need other creatures messing with the balance I maintain in my territory. The silence drags on as I think, the breeze rushing through the leaves overhead with a slight whoosh. I realize he must be right, as I haven't come across any viable prey in the short time I've been here. If I allow him access to the tundra, he might stumble across Fatima. Also, I don't want him hunting the animals I work so hard to protect. I may not have much of a choice, though. If I make it clear what he's allowed to hunt, it might actually be helpful to have another apex predator taking care of the animals that prey on the weak. After a few moments, I make my decision. There will be rules. Deal or no. If you break any of them, you're out, I say. He sizes me up and then nods. That's fair, he concedes. I hold back my relieved breath, filling him in on what he should hunt in areas that are off limits. There's a little back and forth as he tests my boundaries, but I hold steady. Finally, he stands. Let me show you what I have, he says, as he turns down a path. He leads me to a small enclosure, fashioned from branches. Parting the leaves, he exposes a pile of strange objects. I hesitate. Here, he says, picking up a large metal bowl-like object with a handle. This is a pot. They use it to cook food over a fire. I take the item gratefully, stuffing it into my pack. What about burning for the fire? I ask. He explains that there is a type of tree in a grove nearby that burns when cut down and taken from the soil. He hands me some wood. And this, he continues as he picks up a flat, breakable-looking object and some metal sticks of various shapes. They use this to eat with. He laughs. Strange, isn't it? They have such delicate hands and teeth, so blunt and fragile. I can't disagree with him there. I spot a large piece of fabric and grab it. Blanket? I ask. Oh, yes. They freeze to death at the slightest breeze. He digs around some more and pulls out some pieces of thick, durable fabric. Here. They use this to cover their bodies. Why they haven't evolved to have carapaces or fur is beyond me. I roll my eyes behind his back. His constant criticism of humans is beginning to annoy me. I'm positive he wouldn't say the same if he saw how Fatima fought those ice wolfangs. Not that I'm going to fill him in. My pack grows heavier as he passes things to me, explaining their uses as he goes along. Oats, boots, cups, kaffa beans, and even a weapon like the one I saw Fatima using. I thank the creature with a nod. I'm anxious to hunt and return to my human. One more thing, he says, as I turn to leave. I sigh and turn back, staring at him impassively. "The females are quite enjoyable," he starts. "They don't only mate to breed. There are enjoyable acts that they perform, things they enjoy having done to them," he ends suggestively. I'm desperate to know more, but I'm aware of how much time has passed since I left the cave. I resolve to figure out these enjoyable acts through experience. With a final nod, I drop to all fours and head back to my territory. I make quick work of hunting, finding a dye that has a broken leg and will not survive out alone much longer. With my spoil slung over my shoulders, I walk into the cave, calling Fatima's name. I'm excited to show her the things I got for her and watch how she uses them. My only response is silence. "No! No! No!" I shout. The foreign feeling of panic engulfs me. I drop everything and spin in a circle, roaring her name. My voice echoes back to me, confirming that the cave is empty. I stalk outside. In my excitement to get back to her, I failed to notice small drips of blood leading out of the cave. I breathe deeply. The smell of her blood lingers. Not wasting another moment, I rush to follow the trail left behind by her scent. I navigate the rocky path down the mountain. The scent of her blood intensifies suddenly. I come to a sharp halt and observe the disturbance in the snow. "By the deceiver, little human. You could have died here," I lament. Worry for her safety overwhelms me, so I drop to all fours and pick up the pace. As I traverse the snowy terrain, I marvel at how far she made in the time I was away. Impressive little human. My focus is unwavering as I run, going further west. Soon the direction of her escape becomes clear to me. I curse under my breath. She's smart to have known the human camps are to the west of my tundra. However, she clearly doesn't know that the frost giants' land separates us. Frost giants are notoriously territorial. They despise any creatures but their own. They are also exceptionally violent. I slow as I near the border. Though I'm confident I would win the fight, taking out a clan of frost giants would not be simple. A commotion up ahead makes my head snap up. They must have found her. "Damn it," I mutter under my breath. I stealthily make my way closer. Blending in, I survey the scene. The frost giants are running around, yelling angrily. I search frantically, but I don't see Fatima anywhere. Is it possible they're reacting to something else? My hopeful thinking is quickly shattered. With my superior hearing, I make out a slight whimper. I move slightly and spot her. Fatima is curled up in a small opening of a rock, her eyes wide and her hand clenched over her mouth. A brief wave of relief rushes over me. It's quickly replaced with my anger, though. What in the abyss was she thinking? I quickly take stock of my options. The mouth of the cavern is too exposed. Even with my expert concealment, it won't be possible to get her out of there. I note that the cave slopes down slightly, and I narrow my eyes in thought. There might be another option. I sneak around the rock quietly. My suspicions are confirmed when I spot the hole in the rock face near the ground. I quickly sweep the snow covering it aside and carefully crawl inside. It's a tight fit, but soon Fatima comes into view. I prowl closer soundlessly. I clamp my hand over the hand covering her mouth and pull her back against me. She tenses and I can smell the sharp tinge of fear filling the cavern. "Shh, it's me," I whisper to her. Fatima doesn't relax against me. Her body doesn't soften or sag. Instead, she stiffens, as if I am one of the monsters out there, ready to tear her limb from limb. This realization angers me, but I swallow it and move towards her. "No," she protests as I pull her towards me, careful not to disturb her wounds. "I don't want to go back with you. I was trying to get away from you." I cannot suppress the growl that escapes me at her words. "You're coming with me. I found you for a reason. You're mine now.
Chapter 11. Fatima. This can't be happening. This can't be happening, I mutter to myself under my breath as I remain pressed up against the wall of the cave. It took us very little time to get back to his cave. So much less than I spent trying to leave it. The creature, Jellara, is determined to make me stay. He is determined to keep my captive. He wants to make me his. This cannot be happening, I say again. Jellara pays me no heed as he stands in front of me. At first, his stare is blank and slightly curious, but as I look at him, I see flickers of sharp intelligence in his steadily brightening eyes. You need to let me go, I tell him clearly, and then wince as pain ripples through my body. The beating I took from Jason and the rest of the villagers, and then having to face down those monsters over and over, has drained the strength from me. Not to mention trying to survive in the freezing cold. I can't even bloody defend myself. My thoughts are frustrated and, just then, angry tears well up in my eyes. I cannot choke back the sob that escapes me as I stare up at Jellara. The obvious concern that crosses his face is actually shocking. He's a monster. Why does he care that I am crying? Can he even understand human pain? Does he even know what crying is? You need to let me go, I repeat as firmly as I can, though my voice wobbles. I cannot stay here. Why not? Jellara speaks slowly. There is a mingled expression of doubt and confusion on his face. Because I am hurt and ill. A racking cough rattles through my chest, and I shudder as a cold wind sweeps through the cave. I'm human. I can't eat raw food, and I can't survive in this place. I try to gesture at our surroundings, at the cave, but I can barely lift my arms by this point. Raw food? Jellara asks curiously, and cocks his head to the side. Yes. I try to nod, but my neck is too stiff. And I need clothes and hot water. I can't live with a monster. I'm a human. I know what you are, Jellara says, almost proudly. And I know how to take care of you. I do not know how I fall asleep. But when I wake up, the light in the cave has changed. And I am warm. Panic streaks through me at first because something heavy has been thrown on top of me. Something is weighing me down. My throat goes cold and tears spring to my eyes again, and I struggle underneath the weight of the thing pressing me down. And I keep struggling until my heart slows down, though still unsteady as I realise that I am not being attacked or smothered. Nothing is attempting to kill me. It's a blanket, I murmur to myself. It is a pile of blankets, actually. I lift my hand to feel the soft, shaggy fabric that has been placed carefully on me. My body sags, softening, and I let out a heavy exhale. My eyes drift closed as my body heats up slowly. I brought you warmth. My eyes shoot open at the sound of Jellara's rough, rumbling voice. The hair on the back of my neck rises and my skin prickles. I jerk back away from him. I'm sorry. His voice softens. I tried to bring you warmth. Does he know that he scared me? Can he, a monster, really understand what human fear is? See? I sit up as Jellara steps away from me and shows me what he has been doing while I was asleep. I went searching for warmth. I found firewood. I look in amazement at the large mound of wood that is lying all over the floor of the cave. Jellara has dug a hole in the floor in the centre of the cave, and he has stacked rocks around the edge of the hole. Once he is sure that I am watching, he moves to the firewood and starts to stack it carefully in the hole. Thank you, I find myself saying as Jellara lights the fire, and sudden warmth spreads through the cave. Where did he find matches? Never mind that. Where did he find blankets? Jellara turns back to me and continues speaking. There is a look of what I can only describe as excitement on his face. Something opens up in my chest. Something blooms almost, at the look of childlike wonder on his face. I spoke to some of the other monsters, those who know humans better than I do. I sit forward, even though the pain in my side and stomach flares up, and listen to Jellara. Why did he do all this? Why did he do all this for me? Jellara is a monster, and I am a human. And since I have met him, since he rescued me, he has done more for me than any human man ever has. Jellara paces up and down the length of the cave while he tells me everything. I grow some special fruits and vegetables here, and I have good hunting space here. Some of the monsters gave me these things. He points at a pile of pots and pans. And some of them gave me that. He points at a bundle of men's clothes. And what did you trade for them? The curiosity in my voice is plain, even to me. Do you actually care? I realise then that I do care. I do want to know what Jellara traded, all to make my life easier. I still want to leave. I still have to leave. But I am curious. And it is obvious that the monster, as terrifying as he is not going to hurt me. I gave up some of my hunting territory, Jellara says conversationally, and I traded some fruits and vegetables that cannot be found anywhere else on Praj. Why would he give up things that are clearly important to him? Why would he do this for someone he barely knows? For a human, no less. Jellara goes on to talk about his fruits and vegetables and his hunting land, and while he speaks, I look around the cave and try to find a way out. The only way out is through the mouth of the cave. Why are you doing all this? The words slip from my mouth before I can stop myself. Jellara turns to me, and that same innocent, quizzical expression is back on his face. What do you mean? Well, you started this, you may as well finish it. Why are you bringing me all these things? Why are you trading your possessions for clothes and blankets for me? I want you to stay with me. Jellara says it like it is the simplest thing in the world, and the hair on the back of my neck rises. My mouth goes dry, and my breathing becomes shallow. I lean back, away from Jellara, as a lump of fear and anger builds in my throat. You're a mere monster. I choke the words out. Jellara doesn't seem to understand the inference of my words. I am a human. I can't stay here. And that is apparently the wrong thing to say. The cave is silent while Jellara stares at me, clenching and unclenching his fists. A small wind lifts ice off the ground outside the cave and sends the glittering ice floating into the cave. When Jellara finally opens his mouth, the sound he lets out is loud enough to shatter Praj. I flinch, reaching up to cover my ears as he screams and screams. Jellara only stops after several long minutes, and when he falls silent, he gasps as though the air has been sucked out of his lungs. He looks at me then, and there is fury in his eyes. Before I know it, he has closed the small space between us and lifts me bodily into the air. I let out a scream as pain shoots through my body. The pain is born mostly from fear, but I still haven't healed from my injuries properly. Jellara isn't being very gentle as he pushes me down onto the bed of dried grass, which is now covered with a pile of blankets. He moves quickly. Jellara keeps me pinned to the pile of blankets while he grabs a thick piece of twine. I am still weak. I need to eat, and I am thirsty, so I cannot do anything except struggle lamely while he ties my hands together and then ties me to a piece of rock lodged into the ground. You aren't going anywhere. He growls and puts several blankets over me, essentially swaddling me and keeping me trapped. Jellara leaves after that, but not before rolling a large log across the mouth of the cave. I still have a view out of the cave, but I am certainly not going anywhere anytime soon. I cannot help but think of Camp Hope as I sit there, tied up and beholden to a crazy monster. Camp Hope never felt like home, but at least I was safe there. You're probably safer here than you ever were there, I think to myself. And it is true. They hurt me terribly for no good reason. Here, all Jellara has done is take care of me. It's a pity that he is a monster and that I have to leave. But I am going to leave. I must fall asleep again after that, because when I wake up, the cave is dark, save for the orange flames that are dying down. Jellara is back. I cannot see him, but I can feel his presence. Please, I whisper. Please let me go.
Chapter 12. Jellara. I told you I can't stay here. Fatima keeps protesting while I try to restrain her again. I released her just long enough to let her take care of some of her needs, but that's all. She smacks my hands away. I try not to use so much force to avoid angering her further. I can't help but feel frustrated by her insistence on leaving. After all I tried to do, she's still not satisfied. What else could she need? I've shown her I can be resourceful, so she won't be left without. I don't understand why she would want to return to a place that hurt her. I try to tie the rope around her wrist, but she shoves me. She looks up at me with a frown, not going down without a fight. I understand her reluctance, but I'm doing this for her safety and survival. Nowhere else is safe enough for her. I frown and grab Fatima by the arm, restraining her. She tries to pry off my hand but fails to do so. With a firm grip on the tie, I secure it around her neck, making sure she won't be able to undo it. "Jellara, stop!" she shrieks as she pulls at the tie. She claws at her throat to get it off. "Get it off me!" As much force she tries to use, the tie won't come off. She won't be able to go anywhere unless I allow her to. It's easier for me to protect her. "You're too arrogant for your own good. Do you really believe you'd come out alive if those ice giants got a hold of you?" "No, but I would have figured something out. I'm not as useless as you think," she snaps. "It's not about being useless or not. It won't matter when you're torn to pieces by those beasts," I tell her firmly, trying to scare some sense into her. Her defiant expression says otherwise. I don't know why it's so difficult to get through to her. I'm doing all of this to ensure she doesn't put herself in harm's way. "Jellara, I swear that I'm not looking to fight anyone or anything. But you have to understand that I just can't stay here. It's unconventional and impossible," she says a little more calmly. "Living out here is not ideal for a human like me. Understand that, please." I try to ignore her reasonable excuses, but her pleas echo in my ears. Her voice trembles as she begs to be released. "You'll stay here." It's my final answer. No explanation or reason. She thrashes around the bed, pulling at the restraint. I just watch as her desperation unfolds. Her fiery spirit refuses to be bound by a monster like myself. It gives me more reason to keep her here, locked up without any access to the outside. That way she'll have no other choice in staying and accepting this unconventional bond. But on the other hand, I wish to see her be free and observe all the qualities that make her a human being. This treacherous and gnawing feeling inside of me, something I've never felt before, demands that I never let her go. "Are you done now?" I ask. She glares at me. "No, I am not. If I'm telling you I'm leaving, then I am." I nod before climbing up the bed. "Do as you wish, Fatima. Nightfall soon approaches, so you better hurry unless you want the Wolffangs to find you again." "Don't worry. I'll get out of this in no time." Those are the same words she repeats about 3 times after. Each time she gets more frustrated and tired. By the 3rd time, she just kneels on the bed, still holding the tie. She looks off into the distance without moving. I lean over to find her closing her eyes. I found a human as stubborn as a wera. Perhaps even more, I chuckle. I carefully pull her down on the bed. Her back faces me, but she still tries to get closer, looking for my warmth. I circle my right arm under her to bring her close. With the other hand, I wrap it over her torso. At first, her body is tense but soon relaxes in my arms. She falls asleep first as I hear her soft and constant breathing. I struggle to fall asleep, unable to take my eyes off her. I just like staring at her. I feel an odd sense of contentment, something different and something more than when I have a successful hunt. Something else grows inside me. Desire. It's the first word that comes to mind. Now that I know about human females, I can't help but feel quite curious. My instincts are hard to fight. I watch her sleeping form, the desire turning into something uglier and stronger. Fatima stares at me once I open my eyes the next morning. "Did you sleep well?" I ask her. I get up from the bed, ready to tackle the day. I can feel the intensity of her gaze with every move that I make. She doesn't say a word to me, but simply makes a huffing noise every now and then. I turn around to look directly at her. She flinches from my sudden gaze, but still has a pout on her face. "You can be angry all you want, but I suggest you actually interact with me to keep the peace. All the huffing and puffing you do won't change a thing here," I say. "But I don't want to talk to you," she mutters. I growl. "I don't care. Do it unless you want more restraints on you. You will get along with me." She quiets down and looks away for a moment, most likely trying not to shout at me. She clenches her fists and they shake above her thighs. Then she relaxes them with a sigh and turns back towards me. "Fine," she responds through gritted teeth. "Come here." I gesture for her toward the fire pit I made. "What about the leash?" I untie it from the rock only, but keep it at close range. "You'll still wear it," I say. She rolls her eyes and stands up from the bed. Before I can tell her anything else, she starts preparing a meal from the meat I brought her. It's still quiet between us, but there hasn't been a new complaint from her yet. I notice her use of other tools to prepare the hair, how she skins the animal and ties it on a stick to hold over the fire. "Why do you do that?" I ask. "What? Cooking the meat?" "Yes? Is that how you need to eat your food?" "Mostly, yes. If we eat raw meat, it'll make us really sick," she explains. "Why do you use so many tools to prepare it? What about your hands?" "It's easier this way. You get cleaner meat, and it's not a mess." Once the meat's done cooking, she slices it in half and hands me a portion of it. She hands me the morsel as she pulls out some of the tools I traded the other monsters for. When she finds what she needs, she uses it to cut and place the food in her mouth. "Now what are you doing?" "Eating." "Why do you need those things?" I ask, gesturing to the implement in her hand. "It's to get smaller bites. We can't swallow things like you. It's also rude the way you eat with your mouth full." "Rude?" "Then teach me how to do it, and how to cook," I say, holding up the roasted hare. She looks at me incredulously. "I don't know, Jellara. I'm telling you to do it. I want to know more about humans' way of life." Reluctantly, Fatima accepts, sighing. She starts talking about the hunts and how they prepare different meals from different animals. The atmosphere is uncomfortable at first, but her unwillingness fades over time. And as time passes, so does her bad mood. She teaches me how to make clothes out of some of the leather I traded for her. She's patient and diligent with every step, explaining what she's doing each time. When she finishes the piece she showed me, she puts it on, replacing her torn clothes. I don't see the need to replace them, but I'm curious to know how often humans have to make clothing, if it looks different with each new piece. Nothing seems constant in their world. As the day passes, the tension and fear coming from her slowly fades away. I sense a type of friendship being created between us, albeit a tense one. I don't even leave my cave to go hunting. I just want to stay here and listen to more of her stories. But by the afternoon, I can tell she's tired and in distress. "What's wrong?" I ask in between her stories. "Nothing. I just feel gross. I haven't had the chance to clean myself," she says. With a nod, I pick her up. Wait. What are you doing now?" "Be patient. I know what'll solve your issue, I say. I lead Fatima deeper into the cave, to the parts that are hidden by darkness. She looks around with caution and doubt. Her face brightens up as soon as the underground hot springs are revealed. She gasps with joy and squirms out of my arms to get a closer look. Her eyes are wide in awe, looking at the water. The warmth and tranquility of the spring serve as a respite from our harsh surroundings. Oh my goodness, this is amazing! I bet the water feels amazing! It's the purest from all the land, I comment. She dips her finger in the water. I'd really like to bathe here, Jellara. Can I? The tone of her voice suggests she wants to be left alone. Jellara? She looks at me expectantly, waiting for an answer. Take your clothes off, I order, in a deeper tone than usual.
Chapter 13. Fatima. Take your clothes off. Jellara's monstrous voice fills the cavern, but I'm torn. I already feel exposed enough. He wants me to make myself more vulnerable. He's so vastly different from me. I'm a human, and he's a giant ice monster. We couldn't be more different. And yet I feel a kindness and a gentleness in him that I can't explain. He's not shredding my clothing from my body like a beast, even if by all definitions he is one. How much of a monster is he? I shiver, even though this space in the cave by the hot spring is the warmest section I've found yet. I might say he's less savage than some of the humans I've known, which forces me to question what he really means to me. Steam rises from the glassy surface of the water. I cannot resist any longer. Reluctantly, I allow my clothing to fall to the floor, and I cannot help but let out a small moan as the warmth of the springs washes over me. In order to abide by YouTube's guidelines, we've been forced to cut this scene from this version of the Thawing the Ice King audiobook. It sucks, I know, but you can still get access to the rest of this scene and any others that have been removed from this story. Just go to worldsofprothika.com, where you can find the unabridged version of this audiobook with all of the steamy scenes intact and ready for your ears. Even better, use the code YouTube30 at checkout for a 30% discount on all digital products, including ebooks. Now, where were we?
Chapter 14. Jellara. Sorry to interrupt again, but Chapter 14 is entirely too spicy for YouTube to allow. Believe me when I say we tried to use as much of this chapter as possible, but it's just too hot. So head over to worldsofprothika.com now for all the juicy details. If you want an entire chapter of freaky action, you'll have to head over to worldsofprothika.com and use the discount code YouTube30 for 30% off of the unabridged version of this audiobook. Back to the story. I smile down at her, and she looks up bashfully. Her eyes are a beautiful brown color. She smiles back, and I feel electricity course through my body. I can't believe this is happening. I offer my hand to help her up, and she takes it. Fatima dresses as I wait in the entranceway of the springs for a second. Then I take her by the hand, and she slowly and carefully climbs back through the cave behind me. After what just happened, I feel immensely territorial and possessive of her. She's mine now.
Chapter 15. Fatima. I wake up to the sound of Jellara messing around with the pots and pans. I blink my eyes open, the light from the morning sun washing into the cave. I sit up, immediately noticing how light my body feels. I stretch my arms and legs, not feeling an ounce of soreness. I had the most restful sleep in days, or maybe even months. And in his arms, everything about it is crazy, but a good orgasm does that. It jumbles people's minds. Although it's not the orgasm itself, but with whom. Looking at him from the bed, I can't help to think that this is all another fever dream of mine. A monster of his size and strength sent me over the edge of pleasure. Fatima. Jellara snaps me out of my thoughts. Yes, what? What is it? I called you 3 times. You better not be ignoring me again. I tilt my head. I wasn't. I was just lost in thought. What did you need? I'm leaving to go hunt, he says, holding the restraint in his large hands. Please don't put that on me again, I beg him, as he ties me back up. I'll be good, I swear. He shakes his head. It's for your own good. Once again I try to pry it off my neck. I'll have to know where he got this material from. It'll be useful for future hunts, but that's not important right now since it's being used to bind me. Jellara, please? No, he says firmly, louder than usual. You'll try to escape again. But He ignores my pleas and walks off without looking back at me. He's resolute in his decision to keep me like this. Jellara, I try calling him. After a heavy silence, I realise that I'm alone in the cave. The billowing wind is the only noise in this hollow place. The icy gusts of snow blur the outside, making it difficult for me to see. Shivers run down my spine. All of a sudden, the cave feels bigger. The passage towards the underground spring feels like a darkness creeping up behind me. The hairs on my neck stand up, and I quickly look in the direction of the springs. The darkness gets bigger and bigger, taking over the cave. I shake uncontrollably, and I can't stop it, even if I hug myself. Jellara! I call out once more, hoping maybe he didn't really go too far. The same silence as before. My heart races and my hands get clammy. I don't even want to look behind me again. If I do, something will come out of there. I whimper and hit the bed. That jerk! He didn't even want to take me! I sit in the silence, hearing my heart thunder and my breathing stop. The hairs on my neck don't go flat. Whenever that happens, it's because someone's watching me, observing me. I swallow hard and hit my head with my fists. Don't say that. I say out loud to at least fill the cave with a different kind of sound. I can't just sit here and do nothing. Now I'm really going to leave since he refused to give me a bit of freedom. You'll see, you big icicle-headed jerk, I mutter as I pull on the restraint. To add more weight to the pulling, I balance my feet on the wall and thrust with my head backward. All that does to the tie is cut into my skin. The fibres of the rope burn my flesh with each pull or tug. I can't even reach one of the knives I whittled. I can only be on the bed or around it. No other option. Damn it! What the hell is this made of? I curse as I roughly pull on it again. I even try to step on it and stand up. Maybe the force of my foot will break it, but it nearly pops my head off. I hit the wall, creating an echo and a sound of cracking. With a squeak, I back away from the wall and bury my head between my legs. What am I going to do now? I can't stay here. I just can't, I say in a broken voice. Crying won't get me anywhere, but nothing's getting me anywhere. If I don't act soon, this will be my life. The suffocating walls of the cave and the sun never touching my skin again. This is all because of Arthas. This isn't how my life will be just because he was a piece of scum. But what else can I do to escape? Jellara's set on his ways to keep me here. I'll just have to act innocent. If I'm docile instead of being volatile, I can have him think I'm docile for now. I won't like it, but it'll give me time to plot out my escape easily, I think to myself, just in case these walls have ears. I feel bad at the lengths I'm going to escape Jellara, but it's something that has to be done. In the meantime, I play with the grass from the bedding. I could make something out of them to cut the rope or help me slip out of it. I start tying blades of grass together. The process becomes therapeutic as it distracts me from the confines of the cave. It helps me ignore the eerie noise coming from the direction of the springs. Nightfall arrives, and I nearly complete whatever this grass thing could be. It's thicker than I intended, but it could be used as a wedge. As I tie the last blade around the base, I hear Jellara's heavy footsteps shake the cave. Quickly, I hide the wedge underneath the loose grass and sit up straight, trying to look as innocent as I can. He emerges from the outside, covered in blood. I try not to act surprised, but he is painted from head to toe. I ran into 2 snow bears today, he simply says as he shakes off the blood. I try not to cringe at the dirty splatter and tap on the bed, inviting him to sit next to me. How was it? I ask. He flops down on the bed. Good, but now I'll feel unfulfilled with just 1 bear from now on. I see. Do you hunt those a lot? Not as much as the wolf fangs. It's easier since they travel in packs. I nod in fake understanding. It would be more dangerous for you, no? Aren't you scared to be outnumbered? Such a thing has never happened before. I shrug. It's happened to me, plenty of times. Really? Not with animals, but with other hunters. A couple of them tried to mistake me for an animal and almost killed me. Why would they do that? I sigh. I don't know. Jealousy, maybe. I mean, they'd be good if they'd train as much as possible. Both my parents were strong warriors, so it's in my blood as well. He tilts his head. What happened to them? They died fighting monsters. I really thought I'd be completely alone. But thankfully I have my best friend, Natalia. She's been my greatest support my whole life. Is that important to you? I scoff. Of course it is. Humans need some sort of community. Don't you have that out here? He thinks about it for a moment. No, I don't. It's not necessary like it is for humans. I eye him suspiciously, a newfound curiosity budding in me. Not necessary? Doesn't your kind have some sort of unity? If we did, you'd see more of us out here. I don't have a recollection of where I come from. All I've ever known is to hunt and roam around my territory, he explains. But what about your race? Like, what kind of monster are you? There's no name for what I am. Even the loud-mouthed wirer don't know what I am. Just a monster, he says matter-of-factly. I don't think about what I am. So then, you just decided one day on your own to be here, completely isolated? The only thing I remember is roaming around the tundra looking for shelter. I used to work solely on my instincts. Perhaps after meeting the wearer, I started to gain more of a conscience. I mull over what he tells me. I don't know if he's holding back on his life story, or if he doesn't really remember much of it. I guess the days become one if they're spent doing the same thing over and over again. Maybe I'm asking too vaguely for him to understand what I want to know. There's more to you than you think, Jellara, I say, putting a hand on his leg. Maybe one day you can remember your days before this cave. Don't you want that? He gazes at me. Before I found you, I'd never thought about something like that. Well, we are very different. We can learn from one another. I started this conversation for selfish reasons, to catch him off guard. But with our conversation, I feel myself growing a connection with Jellara. The anger and resentment I felt for him earlier is completely gone. I want to know more about him, everything about him. There's a pregnant pause between us as we stare intensely into each other's eyes. My face heats up, and I feel the anticipation make my heart race. I'm waiting for him to touch me as he did in the springs, to order me to strip my clothes off. Sleep well, Fatima, he says instead. Flabbergasted, I jerk my head back, staring at him in disbelief. Yeah. You too, Jellara, I say, as he makes himself comfortable on the bed. I stare off into space, wondering what happened. What the hell was I actually thinking? Did I really hope he'd finger me again? I hit my head again, feeling frustrated and stupid at the same time. I'm going crazy. What's wrong with me?
Chapter 16. Jellara. She is starting to soften. The words come to my mind unbidden. I do not know where they came from, except that they make sense to me. Fatima, my human girl, is asleep, her breathing quiet. Sleep seems to be the only time when she completely gives up control. When she is awake, I can see her holding on to control for dear life. I can see it in the hard lines of her body and in the way she holds her head stiff and straight. But in the last few days, she has started to soften. Because she is learning that she can trust you, I think to myself, and then I lumber back to the fire where I am cooking some meat. I left the cave early this morning to forage for more fruits and herbs, and now, after I finish cooking the meat to Fatima's liking, I'll head out to trade what I collected for more things to make Fatima's life comfortable. That is all I want to do. Make her life comfortable. I finish stirring the pot. I am still growing used to using these unwieldy utensils, and I lift the spoon to my lips to taste what I have cooked. Anxiety, hot and uncontrollable, races through me as I think about the last time I attempted to cook meat. I don't want it to be raw like the last time. My thoughts are slightly frantic. I might enjoy the taste of raw meat, but I will never forget the expression of disgust on Fatima's face when I presented her with a piece of fresh bear meat, still dripping with blood. One of the monsters, who is more humanoid than the rest, also gave me some other herbs and instructed me to add them to the pot with water. I do not think I'll ever get used to the taste of cooked food, but this is certainly pleasant, I think happily to myself. Fatima stirs then, and stretches under the mass of blankets that I provided for her. She peeks her head up from underneath the blankets and smiles sleepily. "That smells good," she murmurs. "I hope you like it." 8. I like this part of her. I like every part of her, but especially this part of her. I am going to go foraging today, I tell Fatima. We have just eaten a meal that Fatima calls breakfast, a meal of cooked birds' eggs and bread, and I clean the soiled dishes. I do not expect Fatima to take much interest. She hasn't been outside the cave since she first tried to escape, and I wouldn't let her leave anyway, even if it was warm enough for her. Well, enjoy yourself. Her answer shocks me. Her voice sounds almost cheerful. When I turn to look at her, she is smiling almost sweetly at me. "What will you do while I'm gone?" I ask her suspiciously. I should probably tie her up before I leave. "I'll use some of that fabric and make more clothing for myself." She jerks her head towards the new pile of fabric I brought home for her. Okay. I lurch towards the mouth of the cave, but I cannot help but throw Fatima a look over my shoulder as I leave. The wind is soft, almost gentle when I step out of the cave. I forage more purposefully today. I gather some of the herbs I used for Fatima's wounds. They still grow stubbornly, even as the ice threatens to swallow everything. I listen as the snow rabbits hop along in their underground burrows, where they are safe from the cold. They aren't afraid. They know it is me who moves above them. They know I mean them no harm. But still, they move frenetically, as is their way. I gather more herbs, fruit, and vegetables, and as always, I am overwhelmed by how bountiful the land around me is. But as I turn and walk back to the cave, I realize that I am only really aware of this because of Fatima's presence. 6. She is so beautiful. And I don't even know what the word means. I'm a monster. What does beauty matter? But Fatima is beautiful. Today was too cold for her to do much except huddle up and hide from the cold, and I didn't want to leave her alone at all. Not after I saw the shadow of a Wira, with grotesque horns twisting into the sky, lurking in the forest close by. I won't take that risk. My father and mother taught me to fight, she tells me conversationally, as we eat a watery mixture of meat and vegetables that Fatima calls soup. And my father did teach me to hunt some, but I learned most of what I know on my own. And learning how to track is quite easy with enough practice. I am glad that the conversation turned to hunting. Hunting is one thing I can talk about. But most of the time I stay quiet and allow Fatima to talk. I love learning about her, and she loves talking. I don't know how old I am. This comment seems to surprise Fatima, and something flickers in her eyes. But I had to learn to hunt at a very young age. I've been on my own for so long that learning to hunt and track became a necessity. And I suppose you don't need any weapons. Fatima looks me up and down reflectively, and then sighs. I cannot help but laugh. Fatima recently taught me what laughter is, and now I do it all the time. No, I am a weapon. After we eat, I clean the soiled dishes. Fatima says that I hate clutter. I don't know what that means, but she's probably right. Then we settle down together, and as we sit in silence, the thoughts begin. The thoughts of Fatima beneath me, wet and hot and tiny. I shut my eyes tight as images arise in my mind, images of myself pushing my cock inside Fatima, who is wet and ready and waiting for me. I swallow the groan that almost escapes me, and I shift away from Fatima as my cock hardens. But Fatima, who doesn't seem to have noticed my discomfort, just places her arm across my lower stomach and places her head on my chest. 4. When am I going to have her? Completely. No, she's not ready for me yet. Fatima has, in the last 2 days, taken to walking around naked in the cave as soon as I light the fire each day. At first, I thought she was just more comfortable that way. At first, I thought that she didn't know what she was doing to me. But the teasing glances that she throws my way tell me otherwise. She knows exactly what she's doing. I am sure of it. Especially when she brushes up against me and presses her entire body against mine. My cock is hard all the time now. I jump when I feel her hand close around it. I am sitting on the large pile of blankets that have become our bed, and my eyes are closed. But when I open them, I see Fatima looking directly at me. Her dark eyes are calm, and I reach up to touch her face as she strokes her hand up and down my cock. But then I pull away as an image of my cock widening her wet slit comes to mind. She isn't ready yet. I don't miss the look of frustration and disappointment on Fatima's face as I stand up and stoke the fire. 2. Almost 10 days have passed since Fatima and I were first intimate together. 10 days in which I have grown to learn more about her. 10 days in which I have shown more of myself than I thought I could share. It is dark after midnight, and Fatima is asleep. Today was a difficult day. Today I couldn't keep my hands off Fatima, and she couldn't keep her hands off me. I couldn't keep my hands off her soft breasts and plump behind, and my cock was practically dripping every time she brushed it up against it or accidentally struck at it. I get up from the pile of blankets slowly, careful not to disturb Fatima, and then I head out of the cave. Tonight, when I hunt, I do not hunt for sustenance. I hunt to burn off the dark energy that has built up inside me. The energy that has built up because of Fatima and the way she makes me feel. She isn't ready yet, I tell myself as I run through the frozen forest, searching for anything large enough to kill. I do not know how much longer I'll be able to keep my hands off Fatima. And I know she is growing more and more frustrated as each day passes. I've never been wanted before. The thought flits through my brain as I pounce on a snow bear and rip its throat out. I do not eat it. I am still filled with soup, but leave it there for the wolfangs to eat. Killing the snow bear doesn't help, so I continue to run. She isn't ready yet. The words repeat over and over again in my mind as I run through the forest. Fatima isn't awake when I return hours later. But the sun is rising and she will wake soon, so I start the fire. I don't want her to be cold. She isn't ready yet.
Chapter 17. Fatima. He left again, I mumble as I stare at the empty space next to me. I know when he sneaks out in the middle of the night. He forgets how much he moves the damn bed, but this time he's gone for longer than usual. He's back around this time when dawn approaches. I get up from the bed, forgetting about the restraint for a moment. With a sigh, I tug on the damned thing. Yet he doesn't forget putting this crap on me, I mutter. I pull my knees up to my chest. I guess I should wait until he comes back. The cave's much more unsettling than during the day. The darkness swallows it whole, and there's no source of light to find comfort in. I sit firmly away from the direction of the springs, choosing to think that the howling is coming from outside. The silence feels more suffocating too. I can hear the blood rushing through my veins. The beat of my heart echoes around the cave. Everything's bigger and emptier. I peek at his side of the bed, noticing the dent is only from his right side. He cuddles me every night without fail. I shouldn't feel this lonely when he's not holding me. I cannot help but think about the fact that he doesn't seem to touch me any more than is necessary. Right whenever I think both of us are hot and heavy, he always suddenly pulls back. My nails have started ripping through the skin on my palms. That is how frustrated I am at the lack of penetration. My pussy pulsates just thinking about how big his cock is. It's gotten worse lately, the need to have him fill me entirely. I resorted to touching myself when he'd leave, but it's not enough. Why isn't he going all the way? He likes it when I suck him off, so why isn't he screwing me? With a groan, I fall back on the makeshift bed, covering myself with the blanket he made. I must be going crazy since I want it this bad, but I can't stop myself. His touches are driving me insane. They're all I think about even when I sleep. I have vivid dreams of being ravished non-stop. I can hear my screams intertwined with his roaring as we both climax. Then I wake up to find him gone, having disappeared during the night. I smack my face around. Damn it, I have to stop thinking about that. It'll just get worse from here on out, I say out loud, wanting some other noise in the cave. Even though I'm feeling desperately horny for him, I still have to leave one of these days. What if I wouldn't want to go after we do end up having sex? That's not a viable reason to stay here in isolation, at least not for the long run. I look toward the entrance, or exit, of the cave. What could he be doing at this hour? He hunts during the day. I don't remember him mentioning being nocturnal, unless he suddenly decided to change his habits to avoid touching me. I frown, feeling the frustration grow. I shouldn't even be feeling like this. The whole point of me being nicer and docile is to bring his guard down, not actually start to feel something towards him, towards a monster that's keeping me captive. I punch the blankets and thrash around. Maybe in the momentum of my tantrum, the tie will break. I even resort to chewing it, but my teeth nearly get sanded down. Seriously, what the hell is this made of? I pull at the damn thing. There's no way this can never break. My plan fails once again. I decide to just get up and run as fast as I can. Maybe what I need is to add speed by my weight. That has to work. I extend the rope to avoid it getting knotted. After a few little jumps on the bed, I jump off it and sprint towards the entrance. My victory smile comes too soon because I get choked and fall on my ass when the tie refuses to break. It's still snug on my throat while I lie on the ground, staring at the ceiling. I blacked out for a split second when I got sent back flying. What? Are you? I shriek at the top of my lungs, finally giving up. I pant heavily, still having my neck strangled. This is all useless. I still have to keep up the fake persona. Although I need to be honest, I am starting to enjoy his company. But it doesn't change the fact that he's a monster, possessive and shameless. He saved you, though, when he could have left you for dead, the little voice in the back of my head says. But he's keeping me here like a prisoner, I mumble. He keeps you safe and protected. That's no excuse. I can fend for myself just fine. I lie to myself. He provides for you too. A lot more than the village ever did. That's enough, I yell while smacking my head. I'm not going to let the small, insistent voice in my head have opinions on this matter. It's my guilt trying to convince me not to escape. I'm the one having my guard lowered. Jellara is my only stimulation in this place. I can't let myself be trained to be completely dependent on him. With a sigh, I shut my eyes tight, trying to imagine myself somewhere else. The first thought that comes to mind is the village. It's the only home I knew before things turned ugly. Despite all of that, I just can't forget all the happy memories the village carries. Like the times my parents helped me train before dinner time. How my dad showed me the best way to hit a target by balancing my weight on my dominant hand. How my mum told me not to take disrespect from anybody. Not to mention Natalia. I'll never forget how she stayed with me for days and nights after I lost my parents. She always knows how to make me laugh even when I don't want to. She'd also go to lengths to defend me when the other hunters started their petty drama. I cover my eyes with my arm, feeling hot tears coming. The day I got kicked out is still fresh in my mind and heart. I know I killed that bastard. But does the chief not care why I even did it? My only hope of getting pardoned is going back home. If I go back, my punishment's over. It's the rule, it's always been. If you're sent to the tundra but come back alive, your crimes are erased. The gods let you live for a reason. But it's obviously made because everyone assumes that no one's going to survive. But I'll show them who I am. I'll be the one to show up this time. After going back, I'm giving them all hell, especially the chief. Self-defense isn't a crime, especially if it's protecting someone who is being raped. The image of finding Natalia underneath Arthas flashes in my mind. I gag from disgust and curse his soul. "Fatima, what are you doing on the floor?" Jellara's face fills my vision from above. I jerk upward, my heart thrashing around in my chest at the sight of him. After calming my anxious heart, I look up and see it's morning already. "I was waiting for you to come back," I mutter, half lying. He tilts his head and lifts me from the floor. "How long were you like this?" "I guess since I noticed you were gone," I retort, waiting for him to provide an excuse for that. "I went out hunting," he simply says, guiding me back to the blankets. "Hunting? But why so late? Or early?" He stares at me for a moment, and I know he's going to come up with a lie. I stare back at him. Then he turns away. I wanted to get it out of the way. "Why?" "I have things I want to do during the day." "Like what?" I say, my tone rising because he's giving too many vague answers. He stares at me without saying anything again. I'm inclined to yell at him to spit it out, but I'm supposed to be nice and docile. I look up at him with wide eyes instead, but I'm gritting my teeth inside my mouth. He suddenly gets up and unties the restraint from my neck. "You're taking it off?" I ask, not wanting to sound too happy. He nods. "You've been behaving quite nicely lately. You deserve a reward." I scoff. A reward? What the hell is he up to? Is he perhaps going to... He grabs my hand and flings me behind his back. "Hold on tight," he says. Can you at least tell me what's going on?" "It's a surprise." I'm still confused, Jellara. He ignores me as usual and walks me outside. The light blinds me for a second before my eyes get used to it, but white light still covers every inch of my visual field, even after blinking several times. There's no harsh wind or heavy snow coming at us with full force. Everything looks so pristine and breathtaking. The large snow mountains are stunning. The horizon of the flatlands blends with the eternal sky. "So beautiful," I say in awe. Jellara smirks. "You were unconscious when I brought you back this way." "I can't believe this is outside the cave," I squeal. I don't mention my last escape attempt, not wanting to spoil his good mood. It definitely didn't look this nice then, though. I also can't believe the weather can be this calm in the tundra. The blizzards don't do it any justice. Last time I didn't even notice the snow-capped trees far off ahead. My cheeks hurt from smiling so much. Jellara, is that a forest? I ask, pointing towards the trees. It is. It's so cool. He chuckles. Do you like it? You're squeezing my neck. I do. It's so beautiful. To think the Frost Territory hides something so utterly magical. I wouldn't mind surviving out here if it always looked like this, serene and full of wonder.
Chapter 18. Jellara. Jellara. Can we go over there, please? Fatima begs, as she jumps a little. What do you want to see over there? I just want to go look over there. Can't we? Of course! I trudge through the thick snow while having Fatima latched onto my back. I feel proud of myself for thinking of doing this with her. The second I took her out, I got to see a different expression on her lovely face. All the emotions on Fatima's face are astounding to see. I don't see much variation in emotion from the creatures of the forest. The best part of it is that Fatima also verbally expresses her immense joy. She laughs, giggling, at everything around us. At first I was unfazed by the sound of her bubbling joy, but now I find myself laughing along, although the sound is much more awkward than the sound she makes. Today is also the first time that I am having someone ride on my back. It's something novel, and it makes me wonder what we look like from afar. I can feel her spikes of happiness with each little jump or little slap when she sees something she likes. Where do you usually hunt? She suddenly asks. It depends on where I find my prey. Sometimes they find me first. Yes, but where usually? To be completely honest, the forest is where most of my prey lives. I feel her legs tense. Wait, really? And you didn't think to tell me that before walking towards there? I distinctly remember you telling me that you're the best hunter in your village. But I don't feel like hunting right now. I can't hold back anymore and start laughing. I'm just teasing. Are you sure? I promise. Okay, then let's go to the forest, she urges. She gently nudges my waist with her foot. It feels as hard as when a snow rabbit hits my foot. Beneath that rough exterior of hers is someone so impeccably sweet. I make my way towards the forest that goes down another valley. In that valley, there is a river that is frozen solid. Most of the flowers thrive there when the season's appropriate, and the budding petals are bold against the white snow. I glance up at Fatima to see her reaction to this part of the tundra. What? There's more? It's not so much a forest, but this part has the most trees. If you follow the river, it'll take you out of the Khazadern Ridge, I explain. You've ventured that far before. I have to know my territory in order to be a successful hunter, I say. Shouldn't you know that? She rolls her eyes. Very funny. Can we go down the river? I nod, already walking downhill. Fatima can't help but look around us, her eyes bright as the sun. She points at certain plants that I always pass by, but for her sake I pretend to admire them. But curiously, there is something to admire about this tree that nears its end. You see how it has a green leaf on the trunk? She points down. I do. That means another one will be born after this one dies. Wherever a root goes, a tree will rise. It happens all the time in my village. I see. That's quite interesting. So there's still the possibility of life out in the frost. Here I was about to show her the flowers that bud between the snow. But once she finds them, another high-pitched squeal escapes her. Flowers. They're growing. Oh, I wonder what they look like when the river melts. It doesn't completely melt, though. The ice serves as a covering when the river flows beneath it. I see. It's also rather peculiar how she gets impressed with simple and normal things out here. Perhaps I'm seeing it differently when I'm alone. When I look around, it's to look for prey or enemies, nothing more than that. Fatima makes me look at the most mundane things in a different light. The grass that pokes out in patches shows the tundra's hidden life, that it's still breathing despite freezing temperatures. The sky looks brighter, surrounded by snow. The snow looks clean and soft all around, like a soft blanket made of fur. "Jellara, close your eyes for a bit," Fatima says, as we get near the river. "What for?" "Just for a bit. I want you to try something." I do as she says, despite being confused. "Tell me what you feel," she says. I think for a moment, trying to concentrate on my body. I feel your warmth from your legs to the tip of your fingers. I feel the crisp air hitting my carapaces. I feel the snow underneath my feet, soft and brittle. She laughs softly. "And what do you hear? Don't open your eyes yet." I chuckle and follow her orders again. The wind whistles through my ears before caressing Fatima's hair. I can hear the ice cracking in the river, ready for it to come alive. From the distance, I can hear the pitter-patter from the small creatures that live on this land. "The tundra's more than alive," I say more to myself. Fatima sighs. "I never thought how beautiful this place could be. The blizzard's hiding it on purpose." She squeezes my neck softly. "Where else can we go?" "Would you like to cross the river?" "Yes, let's go." Watching her joyous reactions, I can't help but feel a sense of happiness and wonder bubbling within me. Seeing this place through her eyes makes me appreciate its beauty and be proud that this is where I call home. I find myself looking around with her. I take into consideration each step I take, listening to the crunch of the snow as it cushions my heavy weight. Fatima suddenly gasps. "There's so much snow here. It nearly covers the trees. But how does it look like there is more snow here than at your cave?" I suppose because the ground is also frozen solid, it doesn't make the snow look as soft. To be honest, I'm not sure why it looks different either. I never noticed the difference before. "Jellara, can I get down? Just for a bit?" "I want to see if I sink in the snow," she says in a meek voice. "To sink in the snow?" "Yeah, it's really fun. Actually, can you throw me in it?" My eyes almost pop out. "What? I don't think so." "Please? I swear it's fun." She stares at me intensely with a smile too wide. With a sigh, I obey her request and fling her off my back into a mound of snow. As she said, she sinks, with a flop, and quite deeply. The snow falls on top of her and she disappears in it. Before I dig for her, she pops out of the snow. She's completely covered in it. Even her lashes are rimmed with snowflakes. She pants heavily as she smiles so wide that I'm afraid her mouth will split. "Do it again! Do it again!" She squeals as she climbs into my arms. Unable to resist her glee, I throw her farther and farther. It soon becomes a game between us. We bet on how far I can throw her and how fast I can find her after. Once the snow becomes thinner, she suddenly throws a snowball at my face. She laughs hysterically. "I got you, you icicle-headed jerk!" I scoff. "Excuse me, throwing insults all—" She throws another one at my face, nearly falling over from laughter. I devise my plan to launch the biggest snowball she's seen, all while she's still attacking me with her puny weapons. As I hold up the giant ball, her smile falls, and she starts running away. "Wait, no, I'm sorry," she pleads as she's taken over by my snowball. She pops out of it like a snow rabbit, staring at me in disbelief. "That hurt." I chuckle. "So did you insult me? We can play like this all you want." She raises an eyebrow. "Bring it." I chase after her through the icy landscape as we throw snowballs at each other. Our laughter echoes through the cold air as our spontaneous games keep changing. She runs quite fast, and I never felt such exhilaration as now when my monstrous form moves through the territory. I feel lighter and as if I could fly like the soaring eagles. This is the freedom she desires. I can't believe I held it from her for so long. At least I can revel in it and experience it with her. The harmonious connection between us deepens as we explore this sublime land together, leaving footprints in the snow and creating memories that neither of us will soon forget. "Jellara!" Fatima calls me from up ahead. "Chase me!" My feet follow without a pause, and I trail behind this beguiling human female. My heart swells with intense gratitude for her presence. I can't deny how utterly precious she's become in my life. There are many things I didn't know about myself before, such as how I didn't know I was simply surviving out here. That is, until she's breathed new life into my very existence. Finally, I catch up to her and pick her up quickly. I want to feel her laughter ring through my body like a million heartbeats. We both breathe heavily, the weight of our fun catching up to us. "Are you tired?" I ask between pants. She chuckles. "A little. Want to take a break?" "Fine by me." I carry her in my arms as we search for shelter for the time being. Fatima spots a nook amidst the frozen terrain that gives a nice view of the landscape. We sit down and she leans against my shoulder, admiring the nature that can now never get tiring. She places her hand over my leg, and I rest my head on top of hers. The exhilaration turns into a sense of peace and belonging, as if this is how everything should be, enjoying the warmth of our connection in this icy world.
Chapter 19. Fatima. Things have never been more perfect. I do not think I was ever this content in Camp Hope. You were never content. You were never happy there. You were just another tool that they used to survive. And they were so ungrateful that the first minute they had an excuse to get rid of you, they did. I cannot stop the rush of anger that threatens to overwhelm me as I think about my time at Camp Hope. I've stopped dreaming about the beatings I received. I've stopped dreaming about that moment when I was thrown out of the village into the cold, endless nothingness. Now, I feel safe, finally. The only thing I do worry about is Natalia. There is no telling what might have happened to her once I was thrown out. Would they have punished her? Would they have thought that she played a part in Arthas's death? Would they have blamed her too? I try to reassure myself that she will be okay. I try to remember all the formidable women who practically ran Camp Hope, who would surely look after her. And I try to focus on the present, and this new, strange, yet wonderful life that I have built for myself. A life with a monster, I murmur, my voice contemplative. I think about the past 2 weeks, my time in Camp Hope, being a hunter, Arthas's death, and the way my supposed community betrayed me. It all feels like it happened years ago, but I know it has only been a fortnight. You should still want to leave. You should still want to leave, the voice in my head says. And I know that I should want to leave. I have been planning to leave since Jellara rescued me and brought me here, but it just hasn't been a priority lately. I have not really been thinking about it. I'm living with a monster. And it's good. My voice is quizzical as I stare out of the mouth of the cave. Jellara has tied me up as usual while he goes to hunt, forage, or trade with the other monsters. I am never quite sure. I do not like being tied up, but he does not want me to leave, and part of me understands, even though I would never accept this kind of behaviour from any other male. So why are you accepting it from him? As I sit and stare out of the mouth of the cave, I think about my plan to leave. I could leave safely and maybe travel to the only other human settlement on Prash. From there, I could find safe travel to a different continent on Pratheka and restart my life. I would even have enough resources to do so. I do not think Jellara realises it, but he has collected quite a few valuable things. Is this really what you want? I ask myself. I know what I am asking. I am asking for permission from myself to stay. But Jellara is a monster. I cannot stay, no matter how badly I want to. Jellara leaves before dawn without waking me up. I know as soon as I wake up that I am alone. I have grown so used to listening to him move around, to listening to him breathe, that the cave without him feels like the moment I was alone in the ice, just after Jason dragged me out of the village. "He'll come back," I tell myself sleepily, and sit up. And that is when I realise that Jellara did not tie me up before leaving. I blink, surprise shuddering through me, as I watch snowflakes glitter down from the sky outside the cave. "I can leave." I feel guilty as soon as the words leave my mouth. Jellara's actions, leaving me untied, leaving me free to go, show a level of trust I didn't think he was capable of. "But you can leave." The voice speaking these words does not feel like or sound like my voice. It is as though I have become a stranger to myself, as though I have split into two people. Are you actually considering staying? I think to myself, my inner voice filled with incredulity. I could leave. I can leave. I say it out loud again. I know my surroundings. I spent time examining the terrain when Jellara took me out of the cave. I should be okay. I can get away easily. I can take one of the knives that Jellara traded for cutting meat with, and I can hunt for meals while I travel. It will be so easy, I murmur to myself. I get out of the pile of blankets that I share with Jellara, the section of the cave that I call my bed. I pull on my boots and my new coat quickly, and then, after I take several deep breaths, I walk out of the cave. I haven't been outside the cave without Jellara's protection since that first horrible time I saw the snow giants, and instant anxiety washes over me as soon as I step outside the cave. But I force myself forward. I walk a few feet and then come to a stop. "I can't leave," I mutter to myself. "I can't leave." A sob rises in my throat. I turn back to the cave. I know I should leave. Leaving is the rational thing to do, but everything in me screams for me to stop, to turn around, to go back to the cave and wait for my monster. I force myself to take another step. I can't leave him. So I turn around, but instead of walking back to the cave, I walk around the cave, to the place where I once foraged for fruit with Jellara. I cannot believe I'm actually staying. As I forage for fruit, I think about this weird relationship I have with Jellara. He takes good care of me. He has done a lot for me. Do I actually have feelings for him? No, I say as decisively as possible. I cannot possibly have feelings for him. He's a monster. I find a patch of fruit growing out of the snow. I am not sure if they are poisonous or not. I'll need Jellara to tell me. I stuff my pockets with them and then walk further up the trail until I am on a ledge above the cave. The air outside the cave is cold and brisk, and it helps to clear my head, although not by much. Why did I decide to stay? The question knocks around in my head, irritating and persistent. Jellara isn't exactly fit for a relationship. He is a monster. He is savage. And yes, the physical, sexual parts of this crazy thing we have are amazing, but I cannot have feelings for him. It's just the physical thing then, I decide, even as a knot forms in my stomach, even as the knot grows, impeding my breathing and making me nauseous. I continue to walk up the ledge until I am out of breath. Then I turn around and walk back the way I came. I decide to sit down when I find an uncommon patch of sunlight shining down on a rock. There isn't much sunlight in Prague, so this is a luxury to me. I stretch my legs in the cool sunlight and throw my head back. The sunlight doesn't do much to warm me, but it is quite glorious. And as I sit there, all I think about is Jellara. All I think about is the way he makes me feel, physically and emotionally. I can leave, I say again, but the words have become meaningless. I know I won't leave. My home is here now, despite all my misgivings. Jellara might be a monster, But this is where I am now. This is where I belong now. The sunlight fades, and I know that that is my cue to get up and go back to the cave. I wonder if we'll even be able to eat the fruit, I think to myself as I walk back. I am a great hunter, and I used to forage back at Camp Hope, but this place is still unfamiliar to me. Jellara will know if they're poisonous or not, I say, just as I come close to the cave. I am only about 10 paces away from the cave when I hear it. A roar, a bellow, a shriek that is long, piercing, and ear-shattering. A scream that seems to thrum even in the soil beneath me. I come to a sharp standstill as I listen to the roar, which is followed by loud banging sounds. "It's coming from the cave," I tell myself, and then I shake myself out of my stupor and break into a run. What is happening to Jellara? 1,000 thoughts rip and tear through my head as I run to the cave as fast as I can. Could another monster have attacked Jellara in the cave? Could he be hurt or ill? This could be dangerous, I think to myself as I round the corner. But if Jellara is in danger, I cannot let him handle it alone. He needs me. I need to help him, the way he has helped me. I look around and pick up the closest stick I can find. It is thick enough that it would do a lot of damage to a human, and I do not know how much use it would be against a monster. But I have to try, for Jellara.
Chapter 20. Jellara. The pain in my chest leaves me gasping, but it is not so painful that it stops me from letting out a roar that could rip Praj apart. I keep roaring, bellowing, screaming, even as the birds in the trees nearby take flight. Even when I send the most fearsome monsters that live on this side of Praj running for their lives. They know that I am angry, and they know that my anger doesn't bode well for the living. How could she leave me? I'm still gasping when I stop roaring as something wet rolls down my face. I lift my hand to my face, touching it with distracted curiosity, and I realize then that I am crying. I do not know if my tears fall because of grief or rage, but Fatima left me. Fatima left me. So right now, at this moment, I do not know the difference between the two. How could she leave me? I trusted her not to leave me. Screaming did nothing to alleviate my rage. In fact, I feel worse with every passing moment. She left me. That's all I can think of. She left me. Fatima, the woman I love, left me. I turn and walk back to the cave, crashing through the trees and bushes and destroying everything in my path. And all I can think, as I walk to the place I have called home for so long, the home I shared with Fatima, is everything I have done to show her I love her. I took care of her. I showed her I would never hurt her. You're a monster. Did you really expect her to stay? The thought is disturbing and forces another bellow out of me, because as I step into the cave, I realize that everything in the damned space reminds me of her. Before Fatima came here, before I rescued her, this place was lifeless. But now it is filled with her. It is filled with her scent, and I can even taste her on the air. Everything here, the blankets, the cooking utensils, the herbs, all of it is here because of her. I do not think much when I start ripping the blankets apart. I tear them apart at the seams. I tear them into strips as if obliterating them will tear all the memories of Fatima right out of my head. I move on to the utensils next. I throw the pot and pan to the ground with an enormous clang, and I listen to the reproachful screeches of the animals I have disturbed with the noise. You trusted her, and look where that got you. You trusted her, and she still left. And then I hear her. Amidst the noise and chaos, I hear her. At first, I think it is simply my imagination, conjuring up her voice to comfort me. It is a cruel trick for my brain to play, and I expect the sound of her to fade away. Until I hear her calling my name again and again. It's really her, I murmur to myself, and I turn swiftly and head to the mouth of the cave. Jellara! Her voice is small and frightened. She must have heard the noise. My heart thuds erratically in my chest as I look at her, and my breathing is shallow. You left, I growl. Fatima's dark eyes are wide with fear and shock, and she has gone pale as she looks at the destruction in the cave. You left. What did you do? She whispers the words and takes a step back. My next movements are as shaky as my breathing, and I move jerkily as I stride to Fatima, who seems to be frozen to the spot. I grab her and lift her into my arms, and her body goes stiff against mine. You left, I growl again, and it takes everything in me not to rip the very mountain we are on apart. I might actually have the strength for it. Jellara! Her voice is shaky and sounds very far away, even though she is in my arms. Jellara, I can explain. I didn't leave. I promise you I didn't leave. Her voice rises in pitch as she tries to explain to me, but there is nothing in me that wants to hear her stupid explanations. You left me. I trusted you, and you left me. Fatima struggles in my arms as if she is trying to get away from me, and this angers me even more. When I look down at her, the fear in her eyes is obvious. She is afraid of me. She thinks I'm going to hurt her. This realization isn't sobering. It doesn't calm me down. It just inflames my red-hot rage. She still struggles, and the expression of fear on her face changes. Her face becomes hard, and she presses her lips into a thin line. Fatima begins to really fight against my hold then, scratching and clawing at me as though I am her enemy. I want to laugh at her efforts. She might be a great human fighter, but I am a monster. Another wave of rage disturbs me as Fatima claws at my face, and I slam her against the nearest wall. Jellara! She screams at me, and my rage deflates when I hear that she is sobbing. Our faces are inches apart, and the scent of her skin and hair is intoxicating, as it always is. Fatima feels me calm down, and her own breathing, shaky as it is, slows. You left me. I repeat the only coherent words that I seem to be able to say. I trusted you, and you left me. I just went out to get some things. There is a plea in her voice. The hardness has left her face, and the fear is back. She thinks I'm going to hurt her. This time the thought is sobering. Please. She murmurs the word when I lean down and press my mouth against hers. Please. She moans into my mouth as I kiss her, fiercely, frantically. Her words and protests fade away as the kiss deepens into something that neither of us has control over. This time, when her hands claw at me, it is only to pull me closer to her. This time, when she scratches me, she is digging her nails into my ice carapace. My cock hardens at the feel of her body, soft and rounded and strong, against mine. This time when I growl, it is not out of anger. I wrench my mouth away from hers and lift her body into the air, and she gasps and moans with disappointment. What? Her words trail off as I flip her around and put her on my knees. What are you doing? Fatima squeals and struggles against my arms, but all I do is grip her more tightly. You deserve punishment. My voice is low, hoarse and throaty, and Fatima's body goes still again. Does she hear the desire in my voice? Can she smell? Can she feel my need for her? Why? Fatima's voice is quiet. Why? I didn't leave. I didn't do anything wrong. But the first slap of my hand against her ass silences her. She lets out a shaky gasp, and I do not miss the way her thighs part slightly. I slap her again, and again. This is getting in the way. I grunt and rip off her pants in one fluid motion. This time, when the palm of my hand meets her well-rounded ass, I slap her plump skin. And when I pull my hand away, A bright red handprint is visible. Fatima gasps and shudders with every slap of my hand. If you want the rest of this scene, full and uncensored, head to worldsofprotheka.com and use the discount code YouTube30 for 30% off all digital products like audiobooks and ebooks. Trust me, we'd lay it all out right here if we could. Fatima and I aren't shy when it comes to the bedroom, if you know what I mean. It's just that YouTube won't allow us to air this scene out in front of everyone. But use the code YouTube30 right now, and you can get this scene and so much more from worldsofprotheka.com. Thanks for listening to Thawing the Ice King.
Chapter 21. Fatima. I know he's a monster, but I've never wanted someone so badly in my life. He's crazed with desire for me. I can feel it pouring off of him. That alone makes me drip. I want him to own me. It's been nothing but teasing and tension since the moment I entered the cave. Now I want him to give me everything. And you're going to have to go to worldsofprotheka.com if you want to hear it happen. Unfortunately, YouTube guidelines prevent us from putting our juicy content out for you to enjoy. Bummer, I know. However, all of our unabridged audiobooks are available at worldsofprotheka.com and, as a little treat, you can use the code YouTube30 for a 30% discount on all digital products. Let's get back to the story.
Chapter 22. Jellara. The pleasure I received from her body was almost too incredible. I know she enjoyed it as much as I did. She screamed and cried out loud enough for the small beasts nearby to hear. At least they will all know who she belongs to. She is mine now. I pick her up gently and carry her to the hot springs. As soon as she sees the steam from the water, she smiles up at me. I place her down on the rocks and let her soak in the hot water. She closes her eyes and leans her head back, letting out a soft moan as the warmth of the water soothes her muscles. I watch her intently, taking in her beauty. Her skin, still flushed from our earlier activities, shines in the moonlight. Her eyes are closed in tranquility. Her hair, damp from the water, falls around her face in soft waves. I can't resist any longer. I climb into the hot spring and wrap my arms around her, pulling her close to me. She opens her eyes and looks up at me, a smile spreading across her lips. I move closer to her, feeling the heat of her body as I press myself against her. She moans softly as I kiss her neck, and I feel her hands moving over my body. The heat of the water and the intensity of our passion combine to create a sensation that is almost overwhelming. We are lost in the moment, completely consumed by our desire for each other. "Do you want me again?" I ask, my voice low. She nods eagerly, her eyes dark with desire. "I do." Without another word, I reach for her, pressing her body close to mine. We sink back into the hot water. The heat of our bodies mingles with the warmth encasing us, creating a molten, intoxicating sensation that leaves us both gasping for breath. I pull her under with me, holding her close to me as I push her against the rocks of the spring. She moans with pleasure as the heat cascades over her body. She clings to me as I kiss her neck. She is my sustenance, and I am starving for her. As I move to kiss her mouth, she pulls away slightly. She presses her lips to mine as she opens her mouth to me, granting me access. I can feel her tongue moving against mine. For a moment, I worry about my mandibles, and then I remember they're retracted. She is safe. I can't resist her any longer. I kiss her more deeply, my tongue exploring her mouth. She arches her neck and presses her body even closer to mine. Her hands move over my body, caressing my skin, igniting a fire inside me. It's like my body has a mind of its own. The last time I was with her, I tried to resist the temptation of her body, but I had no control. She is so soft and warm, so beautiful, and now that I've had her, I can't get enough. The desire between us seems to grow with each passing second. Our desire for each other is powerful, almost consuming our minds. I can feel my own need for her welling up inside me, my hips moving against her almost involuntarily. She moans softly as my body presses her against the rocks, begging for release from the yearning that builds inside her. She bites her lip and wraps her arms around me, pulling me closer to her. I continue to kiss her, moving my mouth from her lips to her neck. She moans deeply, pressing her body against mine. Her pussy is hot against my hips, and I can feel her wetness against my stomach. I'm not sure how much more I can take. Her soft, warm body against mine is almost too much for me. I think about all the pleasure I gave her tonight, and the pleasure I will give her again. I know I will make her come again. I will make her mine. Her soft sighs of pleasure grow louder as I kiss her neck. She moans as I nibble on her earlobe. She presses her body against mine, her hands running up my back. "Please!" she moans. We stand perfectly still, and I know she is waiting for me to make the next move. I run my hands along her body, pulling her even closer to me. She looks up at me, her eyes wide with desire. I pick her up and carry her out of the water. I place her gently on a mossy patch of earth, and I can see the desire in her eyes. I know what she wants. I get down on my knees and move my hands up her calves to her thighs. Her legs are perfectly shaped and soft. I kiss her inner thigh and tease her as I move closer and closer to her pussy. She gasps with pleasure as I run my fingers between her legs. I nudge her legs apart, and I can see that her pussy is red and puffy. I can see her juices coating her entrance and dripping down her thigh. She is so ready for me. I move my face closer to her sex, and her sweet aroma engages me. She is ready for me to touch her, ready for me to consume her with pleasure. She moans loudly and her hips move closer to me as I run my fingers along her slit. I press my mouth to her hot pussy and kiss her hot skin. She cries out with pleasure as I lick her pussy with long, slow strokes. I run my tongue along her slit and savor the taste of her desire. I run my hands along her skin as I pleasure her with my mouth. Her lips taste like nectar in mine. She moans loudly and writhes, bucking against me. I hear her breathing deepen as she moves against my mouth. I find her clit with my tongue, and I flick it gently. She throws her head back and cries out as the sensation takes hold of her. I press my face against her, and I can feel her body tense up against me. I kiss her pussy gently at first, and then my tongue darts in and out. She cries out with pleasure and her legs tighten. She thrusts her hips forward to meet my mouth. She grabs my hair and presses my face further into her. Her thighs shake and quiver against my assault. I lick her pussy more urgently, my tongue moving deeper inside her as her body tenses. I almost can't breathe as she moves against me. I can feel her juices coating my skin as I kiss her. The scent of her desire is so powerful that it becomes intoxicating. I can feel her whole body shaking, and I know she is close. We move back and forth in concert, while she pushes me forward, moaning and begging me not to stop. I dive in, becoming intimately familiar with her depths. Eventually, I can feel her erupting around me. She cries out with pleasure as her body shudders. I lick her gently as she comes and she presses her body against the moss and rock. I can hear her gasping. Her pussy grips my tongue and her juices flow over my lips. She is coming so powerfully. I can feel her whole body shaking with pleasure. She lets out a loud sigh as her body relaxes. Her body feels completely relaxed, and she is moaning softly. I stand and kiss her mouth, tasting her juices on her lips. There's a smile on her face, and she looks very happy. She stands up and I reach out to touch her, but she pushes me gently on the shoulders. She looks up at me and smiles. "Come inside me," she says. I want to come all over you. She makes her way around me, and I can feel her body against mine. I feel her fingers wrapping around my cock. She runs her hand down the length of my shaft, and she begins to pump me. She leans forward and kisses the back of my neck. Her hands move to my shoulders as she presses her body against mine. I turn and look into her eyes. I can see the desire in them and the joy of being with me. I lower myself back onto the ground, and I watch as she moves over me. She spreads her legs and wraps her arms around me. She presses her lips to mine, and I can taste her on my lips. The scent of her desire surrounds me as she lowers herself onto my cock. I feel her body stretch to accommodate me, her pussy wrapping around my thick cock. She moves her hips slowly, sliding up and down on my shaft. The pleasure is overwhelming, and I am completely caught up in her. She moves up and down on my cock, and a smile crosses her face. She begins to ride me more quickly. Her body begins to shake, and I know she has reached her summit. I feel her juices flow over my shaft as her pussy grips me. Her body begins to relax against mine. She collapses on top of me, and I wrap my arms around her as I thrust harder, my own release on the verge of explosion. The tip of my cock splits, and she screams in pleasure. I feel the sensation begin in my cock, and it explodes out of me. I feel an overwhelming, intense pleasure as cum explodes into her. I hear her gasp as I fill her up. Her pussy contracts around me as my cum drips. This time wasn't as wild as the first. It was gentle. It was different. It was perfect.
Chapter 23. Fatima. I lay awake, held inside of Jellara's hulking arms. In the icy cold of the cave, they're just about the only thing that can keep me properly warm, apart from the hot springs. I look towards the exit, watching the landscape as the wind passes. I can see the icy teeth of the wisps as they float by, threatening to bite at any living being who dares cross their path. I could have fallen victim to them if not for this wonderful man holding me. He's proven himself to be more than capable of handling me, especially in the ways that a woman needs to be. Who knew a being like you could treat me better than any other man I've been with? I whisper to him in his sleep, stroking his cheeks. It has been 3 days since he finally took me for the first time. It's safe to say that the wait was more than worth it, evident by the fact neither he nor I have been able to get enough of each other since. We've stopped only to eat or sleep. I can't help but admire just how quickly attuned he has become to my body. I can barely walk, given the way his immense size has felt inside of me. No doubt, I'm a swift learner. He has let me know just how good I feel for him, and how well behaved I've been in satisfying his needs and desires. We both are eager to continue learning. At this point, it's an addiction, one that I do not wish to be cured of. How lucky I am, I think to myself. Not only am I the first human to survive being exiled to the Frost Territory, but I'm also the first to have found love, and a connection full of warmth. How ironic of a place to find it. Soon, the handsome beast awakens from his slumber, and I get to work preparing some breakfast for the both of us. His skills in dining like a human are improving day by day. You're no longer dropping food from your utensils, I remark with a smile. Well, what can I say? I have a great teacher. It's not long until we're finished. I'm handling clean-up when I hear him grunting in frustration. What is it, Jellara? I ask. Our rations. We're out of them, he tells me. It's not a problem, though. I'm going to head out on the hunt. I will not be long. I see him glancing towards the tie. Don't worry, I say. I'll stay put this time around. His mouth coils into a handsome smile. In a flash, he's gone. By now, he knows I won't leave. He trusts me as I do him. After wrapping up the cleaning, I spend some time mulling over my thoughts, wandering around the cave. A few minutes later, I walk to the exit, staring out into the open land as my eyes wander back in the direction of the village that I once called home. Soon enough, the thought of returning there crosses my mind. But this time, it's different. No longer do I wish to return there permanently. I want no more than a visit so that I may see my dear friend, Natalia. I only hope that she is doing well after that horrid act she had to suffer at the hands of Arthas. I may have suffered for a while, but it was worth it to have the scumbag die at my hands. I'd do it all over again if I had to. Undoubtedly, though, this place is my new home. I'm firm in staying here as long as Jellara wants me around. Forever, hopefully. It starts to get a little too cold for my liking as the winds pick up. I retreat to the hot springs, taking a seat by them as I rub my hands together. This might take some getting used to, but I'll do it for Jellara, I say aloud, smiling to myself. On the other hand, I wonder how he truly feels about me. Does he feel the same way? Is it even right to feel something so strong for a monstrous being like him? The questions are endless, but one prevails above all. How do I tell this inhuman creature about something so inherently human? However, I do not have to think for too long. Jellara returns to the cave, calling out my name. I make my way to the entrance and take his catches from him. I get back to work preparing another meal after he voices his hunger. Something strange begins unfolding, though. Usually, Jellara is non-stop about his questions, both about me and about the human way of life in general. This time, however, his voice is absent as I cook. I sneak glances at him, seeing he's enveloped in deep thought. I wonder what's on his mind. What great questions could cause an almost mythological being like him to sit and think? I stay silent for a while, concentrating on cooking him a delicious meal. There comes a time when I have to let some meat simmer, leaving me with nothing to do but wait. I decide then and there is the best time to bring up my thoughts about returning to the village. I only hope he takes it well this time. Jellara, there's something I want to talk to you about that has been on my mind all day. He turns around, his frame looming over me as he approaches. As used as I am to him by now, he still sometimes reminds me of how small I truly am. Let me guess, it's to do with returning to your human village. Am I correct? Yes, it is, I mutter. It's as if he read my mind. Can we talk about it, please? I think I know what it is you're going to say, he replies, speaking in that all-knowing tone of his. So I will speak first. Please do. It's not like he's asking permission. I'm only trying to make him feel at ease, given what happened the last time my desire to return to the village came in between us. I'm learning a lot about humans through you, Fatima. There is still so much left for me to uncover in due time. But I have grown to be able to read you well. I sense that you wish to return to your old home. He pauses for a moment. I do not dare to interject. Worry not, Fatima, for I wish to bring you there myself. Would you like that? He asks. I almost gasp at his offer. It's the last thing I expected to hear him say, so much so that I can't quite find the words to respond. Let me make one thing perfectly clear, though, he states, his tone firm and commanding. Under no circumstances am I releasing you to go back there permanently. You're mine, and we're keeping things that way. I cannot help but laugh at him. He tilts his head in confusion as I wrap my arms around his. Oh, Jellara, I chuckle. I couldn't possibly agree any more with you. You no longer wish to live amongst humans? No, of course I don't. Do you want to know why? I place my hand on his chest. Because this is where my home is. I want to stay here with you. He smiles. I'm glad to hear that, but what then of returning to your village? I only wish to go for a visit, nothing more than that. You see, the last time I was there, I was exiled for saving a friend of mine from an atrocious attack. I need to go back and see her, to see if she's okay, and for her to see I'm still alive. Very well, replies Jellara. We shall head out under the dark of night. It's best you keep your meeting with her a secret from the other humans. The last thing we need is unwanted attention. Jellara and I spend the rest of the daylight hours devising a plan where he can remain hidden in the shadows with a cloak large enough to conceal him. After eating our evening meal, I patiently await him as he prepares himself for the journey ahead. The climate is warmer where the village is, and so Jellara will naturally be weakened. It's a risk for him to be leaving his territory, one that I will never forget. We then depart on our excursion. As we ride, my mind runs through all the things I wish to talk to Natalia about. In my struggles of surviving up here in the Frost Territory, I could do nothing but only hope that she didn't suffer after what Arthas did to her. We make our approach upon the village. Jellara impressively ascends the wall silently for a creature his size. Not a single person wanders outside their homes at this hour. Jellara sticks to the shadows, my cloak thrown over his body as I guide the way to Natalia's house. I am just a few meters away from it now. I turn around to my companion. Stay behind cover. I won't be there any more than an hour as we agreed. Very well. He takes position behind barrels of salt, tucked away in a dark corner. I draw myself up, eager to see the face of my friend after what has felt like a lifetime passing. I sneak up to the door but stop when I hear the sound of a male's voice coming through the door. Then I hear my name. Are they talking about me? I press my ear against the door, holding my breath. My life is about to change forever. Chapter 24. Fatima. Fatima, whispers Jellara. I turn around to see his face peering out of the darkness. He wears a look of concern. Is everything okay? He asks. You seem troubled. Are you sure this is her domain? Yeah, everything's fine. Just sit tight, and I will return to you when ready. He grunts something under his breath and retreats into the shadows. I once again press my ear to Natalia's door, this time hearing words exchanged back and forth between her and a mystery man. It's definitely her in there, but why are they talking about me? Could she be hatching a plan to come save me? I shut myself up and listen in. So you don't regret what you did? Asks the male voice. No, not at all, Jonathan. Jonathan. That name sounds familiar. I don't have time to think for long, for what she says next are words I will always remember. It reached a point where I simply could not stand Fatima anymore. Her ego was getting to her head, and it didn't help that the majority of people were giving her more credit than she truly deserved. What? The truth is that she's more stupid than she realised. That's why she fell for my plot so easily. I get that you think lowly of her, but did she not do a lot of good for this village? I hear Natalia hissing through her teeth. So what? Are you on her side or something? She asks. No. I'm just curious as to why you went so far as to pretend Arthas was raping you. I can feel my heart drop to my stomach. For a moment, I can't breathe, no matter how hard I try. My hands begin to shake as I cover my mouth in shock. I can't believe these words I'm hearing. Listening to the one singular person whom I valued more than anything in the village, knowing she would betray me like that. It hurts me more than when the entire group of residents turned against me. The sound of feet dragging along the ground causes me to turn around. Jellara is standing a few feet away, the look of worry heavy on his face. I throw a hand up to stop him from coming any closer and motion for him to retreat. Again, he listens. I don't know how much of Natalia's rambling I can take, but I need to find out why she did this to me. Arthas and I had been seeing each other for a while, says Natalia. No one else in the village knew, not even Fatima, and we told each other everything. Well, almost everything. Anyway, Arthas would never shut the hell up about Fatima. You know he moaned her name one time during sex? It feels like I'm in a nightmare, where I return home only to find the place in flames. If only that was the reality, for it would be far more bearable than this. I suddenly feel more alone than I ever have in all of my life. I couldn't just sit around and wait for Arthos to get bored of me, then run to Fatima. I needed them both gone, so that's why I did what I did. Do I regret it? Not one damn bit. It all worked out perfectly, and I hope she suffered long before she died. The words are like an icy cold dagger to the heart, but its tip is blunted and dull so that it hurts more. "Enough talk," says Natalia. "Take off your clothes." The sound of shuffling ensues, followed by the man's loud moaning. A tear cascades down my cheek as I sink to the ground, burying my head in my hands. Right then and there, for a split second, I wish I had died. I wish that Jellara had never found me, to spare me from the pain of surviving long enough to return and find out everything happened because of the one person I trusted more than anyone. I risked my life for her, but as it turns out, I was giving Natalia exactly what she wanted. The sound of Jellara approaching once again rears my head up. I throw up a hand. "Jellara, please don't do anything. No, I heard it all. No one, and I mean no one, is going to hurt you like that under my watch." "Stop it, it's too dangerous." "Don't you see, Fatima? She wants you dead. There's nothing left for you here now." As much as I hate to admit it, he is right. I already knew the village was behind me, but now it's nothing more than a dead branch that needed to be severed. He reaches out and pulls me to my feet. At this point, he is the only thing left in this world that can give me strength. I squeeze his arm as he marches to the front door of Natalia's home. Her moaning coupled with the man's noises mask the sound of his footsteps. Jellara rears one leg back and kicks the door off of its hinges, the sight of which fills me with a rush of adrenaline. I'm propelled forward by the need to exact my revenge. Natalia is going to pay for what she's done. I burst into the home to see Natalia naked and on top of Jonathan. I recognise him as one of the many pigs who had attempted to court me a long time ago. "Looks like you have a type," I snarl, going after men who prefer to have me instead. Natalia gasps and scrambles off of Jonathan, grabbing a nearby towel to cover herself. Her pathetic lover boy remains frozen on the bed. Their looks of horror flicker between Jellara, whose face is covered with my cloak, and me. My sadness turns to anger in the heat of the moment. I spring forward like a bow from an arrow, grabbing Natalia by the hair. I throw her against the wall, where I then unleash a barrage of punches and slaps. She screams for me to stop, but her words go in one ear and out of the other. I hear nothing, only relishing in her agonized cries of pain. I'm so engrossed in the attack that I take no notice of Jonathan running up behind me. He grabs my arms, trying to restrain me. The pest is grabbed by Jellara, who flings him to the other side of the house like he's some insect. A bloodied Jonathan tries to get to his feet but stumbles and falls. I rain down blow after blow on the traitor responsible for my exile, not stopping until my own arms burn in pain. "I think you've dealt enough damage," says Jellara, as he stands over an unconscious Jonathan. "What do you want to do with them?" Natalia peers up at me with a black eye and a gnarly gash running down her left cheek. In her eyes is fear, but no guilt. I can't even think of what to say to her. Just then, Jonathan springs back to life and claws for Jellara. He narrowly misses the monstrous being's face and grabs the cloak instead, revealing Jellara for Natalia to see. He punches Jonathan again as Natalia unleashes a blood-curdling scream. I slap the breath out of her lungs, her face stained with blood as she rears back up at me. "All I want to know is why," I growl. "You and I were inseparable since childhood, always having each other's backs through thick and thin. Whenever you were in trouble, I saved your ass. But all it took was one man for you to throw it all away." Natalia flashes an evil smile, revealing some now broken teeth. "You really think that you can talk down to me, don't you? When you've already sunk so low," she says, hissing through her teeth. She gestures to Jellara. "You turned down all the men who wanted you for this abomination." I slap her again, harder this time. Some friend you turned out to be, you bitch! I grab her by the hair and drag her over to Jellara's position, throwing her down in front of him. She tries to scramble away at the sight of him, but I step on her leg, putting my weight down on her knee. All right, she blurts out. Do you really want to know why I had you ousted? I got tired of watching you hog the spotlight. We all did. I raise a clenched fist. She throws up her hand for cover, and at that moment I stop. I take a look around the place, and at Jonathan, who is pinned under Jellara's feet. No good can come out of killing you, I say. I'll let you live so you can continue feeling like you're second best. I hope you wallow forever in misery, you sick bastard. But she's not done yet. She opens her mouth to scream again. This time, it's Jellara's heavy hand that deals a blow to her, silencing her for the time being. She screams louder than any creature I've encountered in the tundra. He laughs. Wait, do you hear that? I ask, throwing up my hand. We both go silent, hearing in the distance the sound of many footsteps coming our way. That doesn't sound good, I mutter, nor does it sound human. Come on, let's get out of here.
Chapter 25. Jellara. I knew that we should not have come here. All of what I feared would happen is slowly coming to fruition. Natalia is screaming while everything collapses around us. Fatima stands there angrily, her fist still balled. The air reeks with the stench of violence and betrayal. I've never known any humans prior to Fatima, but I'd have thought they'd stick together through anything. I couldn't have been more wrong. Another thing I shouldn't have assumed was how strong the males were. I stand over Natalia's mate. I could tell he put all his might into his attack, but his strength was no match for mine. On the other hand, Fatima shows strength of a different kind, perhaps one more valuable. Despite the pain of betrayal at the hands of her treacherous friend, she is somehow holding it together. Although she is stronger than I thought, there's not much good that a pair of two can do against a greater number of enemies. At the sound of footsteps closing in on our position, I usher for us to depart. We leave Natalia behind in a sniveling mess as she grovels over Jonathan's unconscious body. Fatima and I rush outside, each second vital as we hope to escape trouble. Alas, we're far too late. "Hold it right there," shouts the soldier in front, throwing up a hand at us. Behind him are two other troopers, but their greater numbers aren't the worst of it. These soldiers are no mere men, they are orcs. Unlike my lack of knowledge regarding humans, I know for certain what atrocities orcs are capable of. I'm not keen to experience it firsthand. They stand 7 feet tall, clad in thick armor and sporting long swords. I could take them by myself, but there are two major problems. I'm outside of the Frost territory. My strength is weakened here, but if that's not enough, I have Fatima to protect. I hate to think about it, but she's a liability right now. Their weapons will do far more damage to her than they will to me. I look around for another route of escape, but as our luck would have it, the orcs are blocking our only way out. There's no choice but to stay and fight our way through them. A harrowing dread brews inside of me as they draw closer. Suddenly the leader pauses with a look of horror on his face. "By the gods! What on Protheca is that? That thing! It's a monster! Stay back! We don't know what it's capable of!" There's a glimmer of hope that they'll back off, but Natalia has her own plans. She comes rushing out of the house behind us, wearing nothing. "That monster burst into my home and attacked me. She was brought by the murderer, Fatima. A swift punch from Fatima puts the traitorous bitch to sleep. That probably doesn't help our case. Screw it, get after them, and keep the girl alive. Whatever atrocious act they're thinking of doing, I'm not about to let them see it through. "We can take them, Jellara. I'm not going down like this," snarls Fatima. "You're not going down at all. Get behind me, I reply. No, I can fight. Not the time to argue. Listen to me. The human is stubborn. She refuses to move as the leader comes at us first, raising his sword high. I may not be at full strength, but that doesn't mean I'll go down easily. I lunge forward, pushing the orc to the ground. The other two step back in shock, then shoot a look at one another. They then attack at the same time. Fatima rushes forward like a fool. She moves too quickly for me to catch her. One orc grabs her while the other hacks away at me. His blows are strong and swift, and he moves fast for a creature his size. Then again, so do I. Grabbing him by the throat, I suspend him in the air before hurling him at a nearby wall. I blindly make a run for the orc holding Fatima and tackle him to the ground. She falls with us. I land with my mandibles piercing his throat. He tries to scream as blood pours from his mouth, but he can muster no more than a gurgle as blood begins spurting everywhere, coating me in the crimson-red liquid. Suddenly the blade of a sword protrudes through the front of my body. It hurts like hell, and for a split moment, I think we're done for. That is, until the other orc punches Fatima. He kicks her as she's down, the sight of which is enough to propel me back to my feet. I lunge forward, kicking the orc behind me further back as I make for the bastard attacking Fatima. The sight of a monster with a blade piercing him is enough to cause him to freeze. A bad move on his part. I grab him, pinning his arms to his side. With force, I pull him onto the tip of the sword. The blade plunges into his organs as he coughs up blood in the same manner as his now former comrade. Just then, my shoulder ignites in a blaze of pain. I peer down, seeing an axe impaled deep into the joint. While I'm anchored down by two weapons and the dead weight of an orc, the leader makes his advance on Fatima. I try to stand, but my legs quiver and fail beneath me. I reach out to Fatima, but the remaining orc kicks my hand away and shoves my face into the dirt. My vision turns blurry. All I can see are the fluttering movements of the orc pinning Fatima down to the ground. She throws a punch, but it's no good against her hulking opponent. "Jellara!" she screams right before the orc squeezes his hands around her throat. I grip the orc who is impaled on the sword with me, but the blade has cut through so much of my insides that it feels as though half of me is missing. "I'm going to carve the bastard up and throw him into my drinks," cackles the orc. He runs a finger down her cheek and touches her in a way she doesn't like. I can't get the dead orc off of me. But there's one more thing I have. The orc is too busy with Fatima to notice me grabbing the axe handle. I've never been in this much pain. I wedge it free from my body and aim in the direction of the brute. He peers up just in time as I throw it at him. It lands dead center between his two eyes, sending him reeling back to the ground. A sniffling Fatima gets to her feet, checking to see if the orc is dead before coming to me. I'm fighting to stay conscious by this point as she mumbles something about freeing me. My vision has almost faded to black, but then I feel a weight come off of me, and the uncomfortable sensation of the sword leaving my body. I look up as my sight returns, seeing Fatima standing over me with a hopeful look. She smiles as I look into her eyes. Slowly, I get to my feet. "That was too close," I say. "Wait, do you hear that?" she asks. I say nothing, listening for something. Suddenly, a dread-inducing horn blares through the entire village. The glow of lamps begins to pop up from all over. "There must be more of them coming. We need to get out of here." Gathering all of my remaining strength, I grab Fatima and sweep her into my arms. I throw her over my back as I get down onto all fours. Some way, somehow, I'm able to run. I'm not sure exactly how fast I can go, but I'm quick enough to evade the next weave of attackers that show up just as I get out of that dead end we were in. All that matters is getting out of here. Even if I collapse from exhaustion when we get back to the cave, I'll be fine as long as Fatima is safe. "Over there! Get that monster!" Arrows whiz by us, left and right. I don't look behind me, keeping my gaze aimed at the gates. "There's a ton of them," yells Fatima. "Don't stop, whatever you do." "Hold on tight, I'm going to jump for it." She wraps her arms around me. I veer away to the wall beside the gate and scale it. We make it outside the village grounds. I waste no time, galloping back towards home. I hear the villagers shouting behind us. "Don't go any further. There are more monsters lingering in the snow." They're off our backs, but I can't afford to stop now. The journey back takes longer than normal, but we eventually make it. Only when we arrive and dismount do I take notice of Fatima's tears. I hadn't heard her over the wind. Before I can say anything, she casts a look over my injuries. She gestures inside the cave. "You're hurt." "Fatima, talk to me." "Just wait, you're more important." As if on cue, I wince in pain. We get inside, settling down where it's warmest. She continues crying as she tends to my wounds. "This is all my fault," she snivels. "No, it's not," I tell her reassuringly. "No one could have predicted things going down the way they did." But nothing, Fatima. The worst thing about betrayal is that it never comes from your enemies. These wounds are nothing. They'll heal. The way I see it, you're the one in need of comfort." I wrap an arm around her and pull her close. She buries her face into me, her body quivering as she cries. And so with all that's unfolded, I get my first taste of another inherently human experience: sympathy. Chapter 26. Jellara. I'm not sure how much time passes, but it's enough so that the skies grow even darker than they were. Eventually, Fatima grabs a rag and dashes her tears away. I do not know how to comfort her, but I go with my heart, figuring the best way forward is to hear her out. I need to be ready for whatever happens next. "Tell me what's running through your mind," I say calmly, rubbing circles on her lower back. I don't even know where to start." She chuckles, though I have a feeling it's not out of humor. I have nowhere left to go. I told you that I wanted to stay here with you, but knowing I have none of my own kind looking out for me anymore is just... I think I know what you mean. The village was enough for me to evaluate that humans are communal creatures. It baffles me how they can cast out one of their own to die. They've all turned against me. She sighs. For that, I am sorry, Fatima. However, you should know that it wasn't your fault. Fatima turns to face me with eyes bloodshot from tears. It makes me want to journey back and slaughter all those responsible for this. With pure conviction, she tells me something I will never forget for as long as I roam these lands. Jellara, you may be a monster to all of the humans, but your heart is more human than anyone I've ever met. I love you. I gladly return the feeling, kissing her deeply, and we eventually wind up lying down together. She falls asleep. Fatima has healed me of my physical wounds, but I only hope I can do the same for her internal battles. I mull over her words as they repeat in my head, of having a human heart. After a while, I follow her into the realm of sleep and rest, dreaming of a future where we spend eternity together. The chaos from that night settles down over the next 3 days. Fatima and I spend hours talking, laughing, crying, and lying together. But just when it seems like we're out of harm's way, it claws and snatches Zeus right back into its horrid grip. Fatima and I are eating our morning meal. Throughout the entire breakfast, she's been shivering far more than usual. I'd have thought that by now, she'd have grown used to the cave. I begin to worry. "Are you all right?" I ask her, putting my food aside. "I feel really cold. More than usual anyway," she says, rubbing her arms. "My stomach is feeling strange, too." "The cave should be warm enough for you," I mutter, stroking my chin. Perhaps we should spend some time down by the hot springs. Alas, her discomfort continues when we're there. She's now wincing as she pulls the blanket closer to her skin. "Something's happening to me, Jellara," she whines. "I don't know if it's the stress, but it feels like everything is coming down on top of me all at once." We try everything from applying herbal rub to a complete immersion in the springs, but she only worsens as the day progresses. I wrap her up in countless layers and follow her instructions to brew some tea as I try to think of a solution. There's nothing more we have in the cave that could be of help. Only one more idea remains in my head. I could trek to the Waira territory and seek out the wisest of them all, an elder by the name of Mael. The notion of leaving Fatima by her lonesome in her current state worries me, though. I'm faced with two choices: to stay here and hope she naturally recovers against her mystery illness, or leave her in search of help. Both present too much of a risk to let me think clearly. I grow frustrated as I struggle to make a choice. Time is of the essence, and I may not have much of it. After all, Fatima is way out of her natural climate. "Jellara!" she calls out weakly to me. "You should go." "I'm not so sure that I can, Fatima," I tell her, lingering by the bedside. "What happens if you need me?" "I'm not worried about that," she says with a weak but reassuring smile. "I know that you'll come back to me." I look outward at the icy landscape, gathering all the courage and might I need for the excursion. I know she is right. I need to trust in myself to make things well once more. Without her, there's no chance of a future where I wish to live. I swear to myself then and there that I will do what I must. I kneel down and plant a kiss on her forehead. "I will be back in 1 hour, I promise." She pulls me down for another kiss. I keep my eyes glued on her before making the first reluctant step out of the exit. I'm then hit with a sudden wave of determination the second the icy wind hits my face. I get down on all fours and run like I've never run before. This has to work, I think to myself, as I journey deep into Waira land. Because if it doesn't, then I don't want to think about a life without Fatima in it. I brush those thoughts out of my head and venture further. The Waira know who I am. There have been times when the relationship between us has been tense, which only makes me glad that those times are in the past. I need the help of the elder, Mael, if Fatima is to get through this and live. My trail takes me to his hut, hidden deep in the mountains. "Jellara, I was expecting you. My watcher spotted you roaming through our territory," he says in a voice so deep it shakes the room. "Mael, I'm glad to have found you. There is an emergency, and I'm in need of your assistance." He gestures for me to take a seat across from him. "What is it I can do for you?" I tell him everything that has happened so far with Fatima. "I've tried everything I've got," I say desperately, "but nothing has worked. There has to be something that you know will work. If you lend a hand, then I will be eternally in your debt." "It sounds as though there's only one thing that can be done at this stage," he says, leaning back in his chair. "I'll do anything. Jellara, this won't be easy," he warns. "But it's possible to bind your life force to her so that she may live." "How do we do it?" "Patience," he says calmly. "Like I said, it's not simple. There's a chance it may not work." "What do you mean?" "You see, in order for two beings to bind to one another's life force, they both have to willingly consent to it. It's not a procedure that can be forced, and there's no trick for getting around it. In fact, the only way it can be secured is if your human truly loves you." He leans forward. "I hope that for her sake, she does." I thank Mael for his advice and depart for home. During my journey, I think about his words and how the mating bond is our only chance. For all of the time I have known Fatima, I have always wondered what she truly thought of me. Now, though, how she feels is going to be the key between life and death. She has taught me that love is not something that can be taught or forced. Shortly, I was going to find out if she feels the same way about me. I'm more nervous than I was during the excursion to the village. What's going to happen if she doesn't love me? If she bears no feelings for me, would it be best that I drop her off at another human settlement? No, that would be far too dangerous. Things become more uncertain the nearer I draw to home. I see the cave in the distance. As I approach the entrance, I feel myself being weighed down by the sense of dread. Each step becomes forced, and part of me is almost afraid to uncover the truth. But I remind myself of my promise, both to her and myself. I will do what I must.
Chapter 27. Fatima. My heart is stuck in my throat. I thought when I was being dragged out of Camp Hope by Jason and the rest of the villagers that I could never feel more heartbroken than at that moment. Jellara is gone, and even though I know he is coming back, I am heartbroken, and my heart is stuck in my throat. I did not want him to leave. I did not want to see his back turned to me. I did not want to see him walk away. I am still sitting in the mouth of the cave, even though it is dangerous because I am on my own, as if I expect to see him come walking back at any minute. He left to help you. I try to be firm with myself. I try to keep my thoughts positive. And I recall Jellara's words. He was leaving to help me. I also know that he won't be gone very long. Tears roll down my cheeks as I remember the way he kissed me sweetly before he left. I start to pace around the cave as best I can, even though I am still ill. When are you coming back, Jellara? I mutter to myself, and when I look down, I see that I am wringing my hands. My anxiety quiets down the longer I pace, but I am still weak, I am still ill, so after several minutes of pacing, I collapse onto the pile of blankets. Fatima. My heart almost leaps out of my throat at the sound of my name coming from Jellara's mouth. He's back. Jellara. My voice is hoarse and low. Fatima, my darling. He kneels next to me quickly and takes my face in his hands. You have a fever again, he murmurs as he strokes away my sudden tears. I'll make you some tea now. You came back. I try to sit up, but a wave of dizziness washes over me. Did you think I wouldn't? The question isn't posed sarcastically. Instead, there is an innocent surprise in Jellara's voice. An innocence that I have come to love. My heart is beating erratically, painfully, and I can feel my pulse twisting and threading in my ears and at my wrists. An innocence that I have come to love. The words ring in my head over and over again. Jellara comes to sit down next to me, and he holds up a cup to my mouth. He cradles me close to him as I sip from the cup. My fever subsides quickly as I swallow Jellara's herbal concoction. I have some news, Jellara says in his dark, rumbling voice. About how to heal me? I ask him. Yes, I went to see one of the wearer elders. He says the only way to heal you is to perform the mating bond and tie our life forces together. What does that mean? Jellara is silent for a long minute, and I can feel myself falling asleep against him. My fever may have subsided, but my mouth is still painfully dry, and my heart is still beating very fast. I have heard the word mate before. I have heard it from other humans in Camp Hope, humans who have mixed with the Purna of Praj. He can't be suggesting what I think he's suggesting. It means, Jellara says as I lay my head in his lap. He strokes my hair while he talks to me. It means that we vow ourselves to one another for eternity. It means that we become closer than lovers. It means that we become closer than friends. It means that we become one. And by doing that, we'll save you. This can't be happening. My thoughts are numb as I realise that I am thinking the exact same words that I was thinking when Jellara first rescued me and threatened to keep me in this cave. Except this time, I am not terrified of Jellara. This time I want to stay with him, And now I have the opportunity to. I have the opportunity to stay with him forever. But what if he's just doing this because he wants to save me? What if he doesn't actually care about me? What if he doesn't actually love me? Because I know now that I love Jellara. I love him with all my heart. I love him so much that I can feel it bleeding from me. And even though I would give anything to be mated to him, I do not want to force him into this. We have both been silent for a long time. I look up at Jellara, who is staring down at me. My head is still in his lap, and he is still stroking my hair. We both speak at the same time and then stop. I let out a small, sad laugh. Why don't you speak, darling? Jellara's voice is so soft that tears start rolling down my cheeks again. No, I murmur as I wipe my tears away. I want you to go first. Jellara sighs, and it is not one of annoyance but of contemplation. I want you to love me. His words surprise me. Can you do that? I do not always know what these human emotions mean. Sometimes I am not sure what the word love means. But then I look at you, and the mist clears from my vision, and suddenly I am sure. I am sobbing now, my shoulders shaking, my chest rattling. You are so beautiful, Jellara goes on. He is still just stroking my hair. You have been beautiful since the minute I saw you, even though you are the strangest human being I have ever met. Jellara helps me to sit up and pulls me onto his lap so that my head is nestled in the crook of his neck. He soothes me until I stop crying. When I finally believe I can be coherent, I pull away from him and cup his face with my hands. Our faces are inches apart, and I can feel the cold brush of his breath against my lips. I have grown to feel things for you that I thought I could only feel for this cave, and the snow beasties, and the ice. I have learned so much about myself through you. I don't know what I would do without you. I think this mating bond would have fallen into place, even if you weren't sick, because I think you were built for me, and I was for you. My breath catches in my throat at the beauty of his words. I have been waiting for you, he whispers. I do not know how old I am, but I have been waiting for you for as long as I have existed. I love you too. I have never meant anything more than those 4 words. I love Jellara, and I need him, and I never want to leave him again. I love you, and I knew I loved you when I went to visit the village. I thought I could find my home there again. But right now and forever, you are my home. Jellara smiles his bright, innocent smile. I lean forward and our lips meet. I shudder as we kiss. It isn't a desperate kiss. We aren't frantically falling into the pile of blankets that we call our bed. The kiss is one of love and commitment. The kiss is one of happiness. I love you, I tell Jellara over and over between kisses. I repeat the words as I plant kisses all over Jellara's face. I love you. I love you. I love you. I love you. We both burst into laughter when we move to kiss one another, but my lips meet his chin, and his lips brush against my eyelid. And just then, a sudden vision of the first time I saw Jellara comes to me. I thought he was my end. That great hulking darkness that came out of the centre of the blizzard. I thought he was my end. He wasn't my end. Just my beginning. You're a human, choosing to stay with a monster. I remember the first time I pointed out the differences between Jellara and I, that ultimately I am a human and he is a monster. And the differences are still there. Jellara still does not really understand human emotion. He still stumbles over words. But the gap between us closes each day. The more we love each other, the more alike we become. So we are going to become mates, I murmur against Jellara's lips. Yes. He kisses me softly. Jellara cradles me as we sit there, and he starts to tell me how the mating ceremony will work. He also tells me about his history as a monster. Jellara has probably forgotten more than I will ever know, and I am fascinated to learn everything I can about him. I am not sure if it is simply wishful thinking, but I start to feel better the minute we agree to perform the mating ceremony. My heart slows down, and my mouth is less dry. Jellara and I lay down on the blankets eventually. We talk until we fall asleep, our legs and arms entangled, my head under his chin. When he wakes up in the night, I wake up. When I move, he moves. Is this what it's going to be like forever? As mates? Will we hold on to one another forever?
Chapter 28. Jellara. The snow that covers the ground has frozen over, becoming ice. This little part of Prague, this part that has become more important to me than anything in the world, looks desolate. Underneath all the ice and snow, it looks barren, as though the creators of Prague have forgotten all about it. But then I hear them. The rustling and scurrying of the snow beasties. And when I look down at the ground, I see tiny green leaves. The small, delicate greenery pokes up through the frozen ground, and suddenly I realize that this little part of Prague isn't so barren after all. Today is the day of my mating ceremony with Fatima. Despite my fears about her health, she recovered on her own in the end. She kept saying it must have just been a bug, a phrase I do not fully understand, but it seems to mean that she is fine now. I am relieved, both that she is better and that I do not have to worry that she is mating with me because she must. Even though it is no longer necessary to save her, even if she is not dying like I feared, she still wants to be my mate. Sometimes I do not understand it, but I am still grateful. While she prepares for the ceremony, I need to trek through the forest to fetch Mael, who will officiate it for us. After going to consult Mael about Fatima's illness, he agreed to officiate the ceremony if she agreed to go through with it. I glance back at my cave one last time before I set off into the forest. Fatima will be busy all day, but I want to be back before the sun hangs lower in the sky, I think determinedly to myself, as I walk further and further into the dark and twisted forest. Soon the forest starts to thin, and I stretch to my full height, now that there are no longer any tree branches to impede me. The landscape changes the more I walk. The ground becomes more frozen, and the air becomes colder and drier. No trees grow here, and I know that there are legends that this is a cursed place. It cannot be that bad, I mutter to myself, even though I cannot get over the sense of unease that I feel. Mael does choose to live here. I reach Mael's cave when the sun is at the highest point in the sky, and Mael is there, waiting for me outside the opening of his cave, his eyes slightly closed against the cold glare of the sun. Jellara. The surprise in his voice is obvious. Back so soon? I bow my head to show my respect towards the older Wera, and then I hand him a handmade gift that Fatima made him, to show her thanks. Mael. My voice is hoarse, my throat dry from the long journey. Fatima has agreed to the mating ceremony. I am here to request your presence as officiant at our mating ceremony. The older monster cocks his head to the side as I speak. He might be old, but his eyes sparkle with youthful curiosity. You are the only monster who has the knowledge of our ancient rituals, and who can perform the ceremony. Mael looks down at the gift that Fatima spent hours crafting for him. His eyes crinkle at the edges as his lips stretch into a smile. I haven't officiated in such a long time, Mael says slowly. But I did agree to this, and it will be lovely to see two mates come together for eternity. His voice is thoughtful as he turns to the cave. Mael rummages around in his cave and collects everything that he will need to complete the ceremonial rituals. By the time we are ready to leave, the sun is lower in the sky. I help Mael down to the pathway, and we prepare to make the long journey back. We arrive in the forest surrounding the cave I now share with Fatima a few hours before the sun starts to set. Mael is out of breath when we round the corner that leads out of the forest. Fatima stands outside the cave, and her face lights up when she sees me. She walks towards us, and Mael nudges me. "She's a pretty human," he murmurs as Fatima comes up to us and places her arm firmly around my waist. I nod in agreement, unable to say anything. Because right then, the sunlight gleams off Fatima's hair and skin, adding a warm glow. "Fatima." I introduce her to Mael. "This is Maesl. He is one of the oldest monsters around, and he will be officiating our mating ceremony." "Thank you for coming." Fatima smiles brightly and gratefully, then leads both of us to the opening of our cave, which is adorned with white flowers. The snow bunnies hop around and around the front of the cave. They frolic in the snow, relishing the cold ground. As I look down at the ground, I see more and more greenery sprouting through the ice. It couldn't be a more perfect day, I think to myself as I drop an absent-minded kiss on Fatima's forehead. Mael is pulling a variety of objects from the cloth sack he brought along. "Are you ready?" he asks us a minute later. Fatima nods eagerly and slips her hand into mine. She leads me to the opening of our cave, and Mael follows us, his steps heavy, his breathing wheezing behind us. Mael starts quickly while Fatima and I hold hands. I don't understand all human emotions. But love. Love. I understand that one, I think wonderingly to myself. I examine Fatima's serene face, and I have to suppress a shudder of happiness. You're a monster. And she is choosing you. She is choosing to stay. She is choosing to become your mate. And you're a monster. I cannot deny that when I was walking back to our cave with Mael in tow, that I felt some anxiety about whether Fatima would still be there when we came back. I think that I will feel anxious about this my entire life, as long as Fatima is in my life. I might now understand the human emotion of love. I might now know what it means. But I am a monster. But she is choosing you. She is holding your hands. She is looking at you. She is staying. She is choosing you. Mael has gotten through the first part of the mating ceremony, the part that is spoken in a language that not even I remember any longer. Mael pauses and clears his throat, and I realize that I have been staring over Fatima's head, lost in thought. I look down at her, and she winks at me, her dark eyes shimmering in the setting sunlight. I squeeze her hands more tightly as the snow beasties hop and skip in circles around us. They've really become part of our lives, I think to myself, with amusement as Mael speaks in the human language now. Now, Mael says, and I drag my gaze away from Fatima. It is time for you both to say your vows. Mael proceeds to take a piece of twine from his pocket. As Fatima begins to say her vows, he ties the twine around our hands, binding us together. I blink as I find it difficult to breathe suddenly, and Fatima steps closer to me. Jellara, Mael nudges me. It is your turn. I think I am learning more about human emotions by the second, but when I open my mouth to speak, the words flow from me as if I have been waiting for this my entire life. I vow to keep you safe from harm. I vow to protect you and to make a home for you. I vow to love you, and I vow to dedicate myself to learning to love you every day, for as long as you are in my life. Mael tightens the knot around our hands as I finish my vows. As this knot is tied, so are your lives bound. With the fashioning of this knot, I seal your mating bond. With the binding of your hands, I tie your souls together. Now take this binding and go into the future with it. Be faithful to each other, because the binding might break if you aren't. Mael looks at me expectantly, and Fatima steps even closer to me. Our hands are so tightly clasped that I am not sure where she begins and I end. And when we kiss, our lips meeting softly, sweetly, it is as though we have sealed the mating bond. The sun sinks beyond the horizon then,
and the only light around us comes from the fire flickering inside the cave. Mile quickly unties the twine, but Fatima keeps it. I'll make something from it. I don't want to throw it away. She says this quickly, anxiously, as if expecting me to argue with her. All I do is shrug and brush a kiss against her cheek. I made dinner, she says cheerfully, and I lead Mael into the cave. It is a tight fit, but we hunch down and make it work. Dinner consists of soup and roasted meat that I caught a few days ago.
Fatima flushes with pleasure and pride when Mael compliments her on the soup.
I have never eaten cooked food before, but this is lovely, he says. Sudden warmth washes over me as I sit there between Fatima and Mael. I shiver. I am a monster of ice after all, but it is not completely unpleasant, and the warmth feels familiar. I look over at Fatima then, and I realize that all the warmth I am feeling is coming from her.
Chapter 29. Fatima. Our mating ceremony was everything I'd hoped it would be. It was perfect. I can feel Jellara's energy, his warmth, inside of me. His life force flows within me, and I'm stronger than I ever was before. As the moon rises high above us, I feel Jellara's presence in every inch of my being. Our mating ceremony was the most intimate experience of my life, a connection that went beyond physical pleasure. Our energies intertwined, creating an explosion of passion that left me breathless. I look up at Jellara's icy blue exterior and a shiver runs down my spine. His beauty takes my breath away. I can't help but reach out and stroke his skin, feeling the chill of his touch. It's a sensation that I've grown accustomed to, one that brings me pleasure beyond anything else. Jellara shifts slightly, and I feel his energy surge through me. I close my eyes, savouring the sensations that he brings out in me. He's unlike anything I've ever had, a creature of pure power and beauty. I open my eyes once more, and I see the hunger in Jellara's gaze. He wants me, needs me, and I'm more than willing to oblige. I press my body against him, feeling his ice-blue skin against mine. Our energies surge together, creating a bond that is unbreakable. As we stand there, our bodies entwined, I feel a sense of completeness that I've never experienced before. Jellara's touch sends shivers down my spine, but I crave it, yearn for it, need it. We are one, in every sense of the word, and I know that nothing can tear us apart. Not the harsh winter conditions, not the dangers that lie in wait, not even the other creatures or humans who would seek to separate us. Jellara leans in, his lips brushing against mine, and I feel a surge of desire course through me. Without a word, Jellara lifts me, his powerful arms holding me close. I wrap my legs around his waist, feeling his strength, his power. He carries me to our cave, and we disappear inside. We are alone, and nothing else matters. Jellara's touch sends shivers down my spine, and I know that I am his forever. I kiss him hungrily. Jellara's lips part slightly, allowing me to explore his mouth with my tongue. His warm breath tickles the back of my throat, making me moan with pleasure. We break the kiss for a moment, staring into each other's eyes, and I see the hunger and desire burning in his gaze. Jellara lowers me to the ground, his hands roaming over my body. His touch is electric, sending jolts of pleasure through me. I arch my back, pressing against him, wanting more. Looks like we've conjured up a bit too much heat for YouTube's liking. I get it, it's a bummer, but if we keep pushing the boundaries, we'll end up getting kicked off the air. But the uncensored version of this tale awaits you at worldsofprothika.com. And to sweeten the deal, I've got a little trick up my sleeve. Enter the code YouTube30 at checkout. 30% off on all things digital, audiobooks, ebooks, the whole shebang. Trust me, it's a deal hotter than a dragon's breath. All right, enough chit-chat. Let's dive back into the heart of the story, shall we? Where were we?
Chapter 30. Jellara. For all my life, for all the time I have been living in this place, in my cave, it has always felt desolate, forsaken, abandoned. It has always felt like somewhat of a wasteland, a land of monsters. But then Fatima came into my life, and I saved her. Then, 3 months ago, I took her as my mate. And suddenly, this desolate, forsaken tundra has become a place fit for love and happiness and innocence. I have learned more about love, and I think I know how to be happy. I know what it is. I know how to make Fatima happy. And since Fatima has been here, even the landscape has changed. It is still hard for her to live here. It is still frozen and cold, and monsters still lurk in the darkness. But the tundra does not feel as harsh any longer. I think Fatima is even more used to the cold. She has started growing more fruits and vegetables here, and we have trained the snow beasties not to eat the vegetables that grow underground. I have been trading more often with some of the other monsters for conveniences for her, things like cloth, thread, and wood, and we have even expanded the cave. It took us 3 weeks to get through all that rock and ice. I think ruefully to myself as I remember the process of expanding the cave further into the mountain. I think it's all done now, Fatima calls from inside the cave, and when I turn to look at it, I see she has finally finished the project she has been working on since just after our mating ceremony. What do you call this? I ask her curiously as I walk up to the cave. It's a curtain. She pats the long, wide piece of cloth that hangs across the mouth of the cave. It will give us some privacy. She smiles proudly, and I don't mention that no one comes here. But then I think about the snow rabbits. Maybe we do need the privacy. And I want this place to feel like home for Fatima. And if that means letting her hang a curtain, then why not? I think it is time for me to go to the settlement, Fatima tells me later on as we are carving up and preserving some meat. I pause for some time. I'm still anxious about letting Fatima leave. But we have been mated for some time now, and she has not left me yet. Fatima needs to go to one of the human settlements to collect certain things that we cannot get from trading with the monster. Will you be going back to your settlement? I ask her cautiously. Maybe if she goes back there, she will want to stay. But Fatima shakes her head. I don't think I can go back there, she tells me. Her face is slightly pale. I don't want to see those people again. I'll go to camp life. I should be able to get what I need there. We do not talk about the subject any further, but I do not miss the brooding look that lingers on her face throughout the rest of the day. The brooding look is still on my mate's face today. I know that I have to ask her about it, but I'm not sure what the expression means. I'm learning more and more about human emotions and expressions every day, but I do not know everything yet. My mate. I sit down next to her, and she leans into the curve of my arm immediately. What is wrong? You do not seem like yourself. Fatima sighs, and her body sags against mine. I have just been thinking about Camp Hope a lot more recently. I have been thinking about Natalia and what she did to me. I swallow my anger at the memory of what that barbaric bitch did to my mate, but I remain silent. I have a feeling that I need to keep quiet. But, Fatima sighs again. I think that I have moved past it. I know she did a terrible thing, but for some reason, I don't feel badly about it, about her any longer. I still want to rip the bitch's head off. But I won't say anything. All I can do is be her mate. Now, Fatima says more brightly, let me get ready for the journey to camp life. You're coming with me, right? Do you want me to come with you? I ask her blankly. Fatima gives me a quizzical look. Of course. You're my mate. And I need you. The journey will be dangerous. Warmth spreads over me at her words, and I stand quickly, eager to prepare for the long trek. We pack up some food and cloth and sling it over our backs before we leave. It is still early enough that we'll make it to Camp Life before sunset. We will have to camp out in the woods for the night before we make the journey back here tomorrow. Fatima and I hold hands as we walk, and we discuss the future, our future as mates. Do you want to live in the cave forever? I ask Fatima, after we have just crossed a particularly precarious part of the tundra. She does not answer right away. I do not mind admitting that I am afraid, another human emotion that I am learning I am capable of what she might say. I have lived in that cave for longer than I can remember. I'm made of ice and rock like the cave, but it cannot exactly be comfortable for a human woman who is used to living in a proper dwelling. I do miss my little shack in Camp Hope, Fatima admits finally. But I don't want to leave the cave because I know you like it there. But I want you to be happy, I persist. And I don't know if you're happy in the cave. Maybe we can compromise, Fatima says several minutes later, after we have crossed a bridge of ice. The human settlement, Camp Life, is visible in the distance. The sun is low in the sky, and the settlement's gates will close soon. I don't know what that means, I tell her. Fatima doesn't become impatient with me for not understanding the word. Instead, she simply explains. Why don't we get some wood and build a little shack on the outside of the cave? You'll still have the cave, and I will be more comfortable. I stay outside the settlement, hidden in the forest surrounding the village, while Fatima goes in to trade some of the vegetables and fruits that we have been growing. My anxiety grows with every second that she is away, and only lessens when I see her come walking through the snow towards me. It is dark and the wind has picked up. The air is painfully dry. We can stay here for the night, I tell her. I have already found a comfortable spot in the bracken, and we eat quickly before she curls up against me. We arrive back at the cave, our cave, at midday. I want a proper meal, Fatima grumbles and immediately lights a fire. While she does that, I get out some of the wood and begin planning a structure like what I saw at Camp Life. We spend the day cooking, eating, and building the little shack for Fatima. Every few minutes we stop to trade kisses, and by the time the sun has set, the shack is halfway complete. We are both exhausted when we finally finish, and we huddle up together underneath the blankets. I know that I will never feel the cold, but this warmth isn't so bad. Fatima's warmth isn't so bad. I am still getting used to a lot. Being with a human is strange and different in so many wonderful ways. Sometimes I mess up when I try to do or say certain things. Sometimes I don't understand what Fatima wants or needs. But she is gentle and kind with me. She is patient and teaches me everything I need to know. I wake up in the night when I feel Fatima moving away from me. Where are you going? I murmur sleepily. I didn't realize how tired I was until just before I fell asleep. I'm hungry, she whispers. My spirits lift as Fatima returns with some food. I have learned that eating while in the pile of blankets, while comfortable, is my favorite thing to do. Fatima lights one of the lamps that we traded for at Camp Life, and we eat in the flickering light. I have never been happier. Fatima smiles and sighs as she licks her fingers. I'm still learning what that word means. But I think I know what you mean, I reply. It means a lot of things, she says. We're both falling asleep slowly. I make sure to put out the light. It means that everything is right in the world, and you might not always be happy, but it is something you can always come back to, especially if you have the right people with you. Am I the right person? I'm glad I met you every day. I never thought I would be happy that I got kicked out of the only home I ever knew. But you make me happy. You are the right person. We fall asleep quickly and silently, but I do not think I am entirely asleep because I remain conscious of Fatima all night. Is this the way we're going to be for eternity? So aware of one another that we cannot sleep? Well, I wouldn't trade it for anything in the world.